Okay, that should be better. Hope y'all can hear me okay. Figured I'd come on and hang out for just a little bit. Had a weird day. But I appreciate y'all coming in here. Appreciate everybody being here. Figured we discuss some of the weird things that happened today. Maybe give a few warnings out there. There's a few people that have been contacting me over the last 48 hours or more. And hold on just a second. I'm going to fix the light. There we go. That's much better. So, had some weird stuff happen over the last day or so here. Or again, like I said, probably actually more the last week or so. Hold on just a moment. Actually, I'm going to change something real quick. I'll be right back. All right, my apologies for that. I had to change shirts. I had another shirt to change into around the corner. I forgot to do it. I didn't want to wear my ratty shirt to the live stream, but unfortunately I forgot because of all this nonsense going on. It's been kind of ridiculous, and so I figured I'd come on and talk about some of the weird nonsense that I've been experiencing over the last few days to a week or so, and maybe warn you guys about a few things. One of those circumstances, again, that I warned you guys about a while ago. There's been some people, not necessarily, as far as I know, contacting my followers, but have been contacting me. And some strange coincidences that really wasn't expecting, and so I figured I'd get on and talk about it. It had been way too long since my last live stream anyway, so why not? Hold on, let me adjust one more thing here, and then we'll get right into the discussion. Okay. Oh, actually, I need to zoom into my chat again so I don't have to do too many other pauses here. All right, hey there, Jenny. Hey there, Linda. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome, John. Welcome, Molly. Thank you all for joining me. I appreciate you all being here tonight, and everybody else. Anybody that wants to just hang out in the chat, or if you just want to hang out and check out the live stream, you're more than welcome. I appreciate you all being here. Hey there, Reverend. Welcome to the live stream. I know it's been a while. I've been trying to do them more regularly through all this nonsense going on, all this craziness going on, and I have been falling off here and there, but then coming back, and I think that's what we're going to do now. I'm going to try to do another live stream tomorrow as well, even though technically it is tomorrow here. So I guess maybe we'll do 2 streams in one day. I don't know. But also on other news, there is another 539 episode coming out tomorrow. I have it in the works right now. It's pretty much finished on my computer, waiting to export. So anybody that's looking for the new 539 episodes, they're going to be coming in the morning, probably in like 8 or 9 hours, something like that. I'm just doing a few finishing touches. It took me a little bit longer than what I was originally expecting. Again, it's just been crazy with all this nonsense going on out there in the world, and obviously I can't say too much or YouTube won't really like it, and so I can't describe it, but we all know what's going on. And so weirdly, if you're like a news channel, you can talk about it, but if you're like a regular YouTube channel like mine or any of the other friends that I have, we're not allowed to really talk about it because that's not considered advertiser friendly. So I really don't know the difference. Actually, I do know the difference. corporate accounts on YouTube, whether you know this or not, there's two different types of accounts. There's corporate accounts, which are owned by people like NBC or ABC or CBS or these places, and they can sell their own advertising and run their own ads. So when you see these videos that may not look advertiser friendly but have ads running all over them, that's because they're corporate accounts, and my account gets caught under the YouTube general guidelines, and so anything that they think might be slightly offensive, even if it's in the news, I'm not really allowed to discuss. So that's why we don't really say those certain words. But if you're a certain YouTube channel, you can say kind of whatever you want. It just depends. I guess it probably depends on how big you are. But again, I hate to really insult YouTube because, again, I love YouTube. I love what they've done for the creator community. I love the doors that they've opened for so many people, and so I don't want to rag on them too much. It's just one of my little tiny disagreements with them. I think they should be just a little bit looser. There's a lot of advertisers out there and a lot of different guidelines, a lot of people who are willing to advertise on shows that might be maybe a little bit more adult, maybe a little bit more reality-based, news-based, other things. And, yeah. But yeah, I think everybody doesn't have to be explained. But at any rate, I figured I'd talk about some of this crazy stuff that's been happening over the last few days. So first off, I received this email. I think I received it yesterday morning. It was somebody that was, hey, I like your YouTube channel. I really love your videos. We'd like to purchase some advertising. So we'd like to sponsor one of your videos or maybe multiple videos. And I said, oh, yeah, not a problem. Let me know some details. Send me some more information, and I'd be happy to go over that with you and see what we can do. And so all the pricing worked out, all the details seemed to work out. And they told me that they were basically a PR firm that was associated with multiple different software companies that wanted to advertise via YouTube and different creators to get their names out there to more people and get more downloads, get more installs. And they said one of the companies that they were also working with was a computer software company that was sort of like an anti-malware type of deal. And so they began contacting me back and forth, and they said that they, again, like I said, liked the pricing, and I liked the pricing, and everything seemed to be fine. And I said, okay, well, just go ahead and email me your website and any guidelines, any scripts, any video clips that you want included on the sponsored segment of the video. If you guys don't know how the sponsored segments typically go, I'm sure that most of you out there have seen the sponsored segments. You probably have seen people say, hey, this particular video has been brought to you by so-and-so, and sometimes they'll have a short little video or a short little explanation of their software or app or whatever it may be, and how to use it, how to download it, how to purchase it, whatever it may be. And so I asked for that information, and they immediately responded only by asking me, oh, well, maybe it'd be easier if we all talked on WhatsApp. And I, first off, that sent me a red flag, and I said, I just ignored it. I said, I acted like I had not seen that part, essentially, and said, okay, thank you guys for expressing your interest in my channel. Make sure to send anything over through email from your official company email, because a small caveat, they had emailed me from another Gmail account, and so usually advertisers who are wanting to purchase different sponsorship opportunities or product reviews or whatever it may be will email you from the official company email, so-and-so or info at whatever.com. I've done flashlight reviews in the past, and they've always contacted me via the official email. And so I kind of noticed that they were emailing me through a private email account, and I said, no problem. Just go ahead and email me the information through your official account, and we'll get this all in the works today. And so they emailed me back, and they didn't email me from the official email account. They gave me a little bit more information, and they did give me the link to their website. And then I visited the link to their website, and I noticed that it gave me an error saying that it didn't say the website wasn't valid, but it said that the server was not accessible. So I immediately emailed them back and said, hey, something's wrong. I noticed your website's down. No problem. Just, again, email me the marketing information, and I'll get started, and let me know when your website's back up so I can check it out and just get everything verified. And they meted me almost immediately, I should say. Emailed me back, said, no, the website's working perfectly, and they sent me a screenshot. So I'm thinking, okay, well, I'll try it one more time. So I went to their website again, gave me the same exact error, and so I sent them a screenshot and said, clearly it's still down. Just again, don't worry. Just again, send me the information through the official company email, and I'll be happy to get started and check out the website later just to verify. Yeah, it always sucks to get the videos taken down. I'm sorry to hear about that, Reverend. Yeah, it's kind of strange. It's a complex environment anymore. We'll just say that. But so yeah, they emailed me back one more time. They said, no, our website's working perfectly, but if you're still having problems accessing the site, we could send you a download link for our app. And I forgot to say this before. Another small caveat is they had also said that instead of sending me the information through my email, they wanted me to download their app and install it because they had a special section on their app for advertisers which gave all the relevant scripts and downloads. And I thought to myself, that's another strange kind of red flag because people don't usually do that. Usually if they've hit you up via email, they're going to continue to contact you that same exact way for the remainder of the contact, especially if they're a legitimate business. And so, again, I emailed them back and kind of just acted like, once again, I didn't really know it. And I said, no problem. Just once again, just send on over that marketing information and I'll get started. And thus far, I have not heard back from them. But after doing some research, I found that the website that they were trying to get me to visit was actually registered in Panama, which not necessarily a bad thing. Panama is a cool country. I'd love to go there sometime. Love to check it out. But normally I don't get any emails from small, tiny Central American countries that are also the creators of large antivirus products. And so, again, just struck me a little as odd. And so I attempted to contact them via phone on their official phone numbers, and all of their phone numbers seemed to be disconnected. And so I thought, well, there's another red flag that this is probably a scam. And so when I searched their name, I actually did come up with another piece of software. It's a completely different name, seemed to be tagged with their name. Don't know if it's really actually the same company or what it was, but immediately came up with another anti-malware program that was known to give false results in order to in order to get payments from their users. Hey there, Roy. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you. So immediately it kind of was like, okay, is this the same company but just with a slightly altered name? They can change their Gmail at any time and sort of escape any sort of bad rumors or whatever it may be. I don't know. But at this point, they still have not contacted me back, despite the fact that I tried to call Panama earlier today and see what in the world was going on. And so, yeah, just a little bit, again, a little bit sketchy. So, but yeah, that was story number 1. And oddly, it does not stop there. So, occasionally I get messages also over on Instagram, sometimes from advertisers, sometimes from just average people, sometimes people just send me messages to let me know that they like the content or to say hi, to check in. Sometimes it's creators that I've worked with in the past, and sometimes it's other people. I got this another message from somebody. I didn't recognize the name, but basically, it was like, oh, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. I know we haven't hung out in a while, but now I'm working in social media, and I'd love to do some work with your channel. And I quickly was kind of, again, red flagged and said, oh, well, when was the last time we hung out? Just sort of giving one of those general questions to sort of get, a response back and see maybe if I could figure out where I knew this person, but at the same time not really embarrass myself or them thinking that I had no idea who they were. Hey there, Bali. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Good luck on the sermon, Christine. Yeah, that would be a late one. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit earlier where you are. But yeah, I'm kind of the same way, though. I work on stuff real late. That's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. But so yeah, this person contacts me and saying, hey, haven't seen you in a long time. And so when they emailed me, or not emailed me, they messaged me back on Instagram, and they say, oh, it's probably around 2005. No other information besides that. Just around 2005. So I talked to him a little bit, get the information about their company that they're supposedly promoting. They wanting to basically get me more followers on Instagram, and they claim that they make like a few $100s a month in a contract to do this service. But then in another message, almost directly after that, they said, but I would be doing this for free. I don't actually make money off of this. And I thought, well, you literally just said you made like $500 a month contracting with people for this, so where's the money coming from? If I'm not paying you and no one else is paying and you're not making any money, it just doesn't make sense. So despite that fact, I just went ahead and followed them, and surprisingly they followed me back and they gave me access. And so I saw the picture pop up and I recognized it, and I realized that I hadn't met the person before, but years ago, somebody else had contacted me with a completely different name and had claimed almost the same exact story. They said that they knew me, but they were very vague about it. They said that we had met before and hung out before, but they were also very vague about that, not really giving me any information whatsoever about when and where we had hung out, besides just having a very general information about where I might be from and then sort of feeding off it from there. So that sort of set up a huge red flag that not only had this person tried to contact me once, but now they had tried to contact me twice under two completely different names. Hey there, Jade. Welcome to the live stream. No worries. Appreciate you listening. Thank you so much. Hope y'all are safe out there. So now I realize that over 5 years ago, this person essentially tried to contact me with the same story. And so I'm wondering what in the world is going on here. And so I do a little bit of research, and I come back and I essentially ask her, well, I have one question. What happened to this other person? And I say the original name that they had come up with when they contacted me the first time 5 years ago. And they seem to be very, very standoffish at first. Well, not at first, altogether. And they said, oh, so we're using real names now. And they attempted to show, I guess, and maybe to be sort of threatening. They sent me a full name, which they thought was my full name. I don't know if they had tried to research me on social media or what they had tried to do, but they attempted to find out my real identity and essentially message me via Instagram and show me that they could do the same thing, essentially. And so I really didn't message them back, but I got a litany of different messages after that. And by the end of it, they literally threatened to sue me. And if I didn't supposedly change my story, which I'm not sure what that even means at this point, because I didn't threaten them in any way. I didn't even claim to do anything. I just literally sent them a message saying, what happened to this other person? And the funny thing was they also messaged me back and they go, well, that name's misspelled, so clearly you have the wrong person and they're misspelling my name. And I said, well, you seem to remember talking to me back in the day and you sent me that profile, so clearly it's got to be you. And if anybody sent me a misspelled profile, it would have been you because you remember the text conversation that we had 5 years ago. And so they blocked me. And again, I'm assuming 5 years ago they had again done some light research on social media, found out as much information about me or what they thought was me, and found an old cell phone number or whatever and began to text me. And I thought to myself, I even thought back then, like I kind of was trying to do the same thing back then. I had just continued the conversation just to really see how in the world this person really had known me, when we had supposedly met, who they knew that I knew, and it just seemed that no matter what I would text, no matter what questions I would ask, they would just sort of play along with it. And as a lot of you know, I used to be in a car club, and so I had texted her years ago, "Oh, so you know me through the car club?" "Oh, yeah. I remember that car club." Or, I would just give her different pieces of information that really had no meaning whatsoever, but might have a small portion of truth in my life. And instead of elaborating on it, she would just go along with it. "Oh yeah, that's it. That one right there." As if, she couldn't figure out any other information because she didn't know any other information about it. But she was still trying to continue this conversation with me. And by the end of that time, years ago, I just was fed up with it. And I said, well, actually, I didn't say anything to her. I blocked her. I didn't allow her to text me anymore. And I left it there. And then several months later, supposedly her ex contacts me and goes, "Hey, you were really important to her, and she really needs you right now, and she's going through some hard times right now." And I'm like, I don't even know this person. I don't know who it is. I don't know why they contacted me. They have given me no reason why they even know me. So I know right here that, I'm not important to them, and I don't matter anything to them. And so what's the ulterior motive here to try and contact me and continue in contact with me, other than maybe to get something out of me? And so, yeah, that's kind of where it ended off today. They had blocked me. They had, I don't know, maybe they reported my account. I'm not sure. So I put a nice little disclaimer up on my Instagram letting everybody know, just in case some weird people, again, I've had some issues in the past where some people have come out and tried to contact my followers and claim that they're doing one thing or the other. Either they're trying to help me, or they know this bad situation that's going on that needs to be taken care of behind the scenes and taken care of by the followers. And so I just kind of wanted to get on here tonight and not only just hang out for a little bit, check y'all out, see how y'all are doing, make sure everybody's safe, make sure everybody's healthy and doing fine. But I also wanted to come on and kind of give a warning that, unfortunately, as has happened several times in the past, if someone were to ever contact you and claim to either be helping me or claim to obviously, have some information that only can be shared in the background, don't believe that and make sure to report that. Occasionally it just is something that I stumble upon and have to deal with, and it's just unfortunate. And why one of the main reasons I'm not giving this person's information out is I am not trying to, number one, get into a lawsuit, because there is no legal standing. I think that they thought that they would maybe threaten me with slander. And unfortunately, I actually already know the laws regarding slander, because if you try to sue somebody for slander, you have to, number one, prove that you lost money as a result of them lying about you. And again, there has to be lies, specific untruths that are being spread out across the internet to specifically take money out of this person's pocket. Hey there, what's he? Hey there, Encourage Hope. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Who else just joined us? Bama JT, thanks for joining us. Great to have you here. Appreciate you being here. I know it's a little bit later of a stream, but I figured it'd been way too long, and with some of the information I got, I figured why not just come on and check everybody out. Thanks for joining us, Molly. Hopefully we'll catch you in the next one. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, you gotta stay busy out there, especially during these times like this. But yeah, again, to sue somebody for slander, you have to prove that they have cost you money. You have to prove not only that they have cost you money, but that you're lying about them. And literally, I was just saying my own experiences. And so, um, whatever allegedly this person was trying to gain out of this contact, which obviously was some sort of contract with me and to promote my channel, which I never accepted. I couldn't really lie about it because I don't really know anything about this person. I've never met them before in my life, and I just thought it was kind of ridiculous that they literally threatened me and said, I know some lawyers near you. I could contact my lawyers if you don't want to change your story. I'm like, I don't have a story. I'm just describing literally word for word what happened. And then I asked you, where this other person went who also shared your same name. And also it sent me the same photos, which is, I thought, kind of funny. So there's a lot of recycled photos up there of this person. And I honestly, looking back at it, I don't really believe that either one of them are the person in these photos. I think it's a complete third party because back in the day I had looked it up as well, and I had found, like, she had sort of admitted in saying to me that the account that she sent me had a misspelling in it. She was actually sort of right. And the funny part was that I had looked it up years ago, and I had found numerous Facebook accounts with slight variations of that name that was claiming to be that same person, the same story, same photos, everything, even the same family, and seemed to be completely unrelated to each other, though. They weren't trying to contact each other. They were all posting at the same time, and so I thought, clearly this person is trying to get something out of me. So I just thought it was funny that out of the woodwork they threatened to sue me, and they tried to. I thought almost the most funny thing. Oh, hey there, Kenneth. Welcome to the live stream. Sorry I missed you there. Hey there, Diane. Welcome. Yeah. So, yeah, I just thought it was funny. They came out and literally threatened to sue me, and again, I thought, you have no legal standing to sue somebody for literally just sharing their experience, especially in private, where you're not going to really lose any money. And the funny thing on top of that was that they claimed to be a social media influencer. And that was their job, and that they were very big, and they had lots of fans who were trying to support them now. And when I went over to the account, I noticed she had, and again, no insult, but to anybody who has worked in social media for years and actually is a social media influencer, you realize that when you see somebody with maybe 25 followers who's claiming to be a social media star, that seems a little bit off, except for somebody who has maybe just been getting started. And this person claimed that they had been doing this for a while, that they were literally pretty much literally a star. I wouldn't say that they said that word for word, but they essentially claimed to be a social media influencer, which is something that takes years to become. I mean, it took me a few years before I even got my first sponsored content, before I was able to work with the Flashlight brand back in the day. And so it seemed just sort of off to me that this person would randomly contact me claiming to be this supposed possible social media star, allegedly, according to the messages that they were sending me, and then attempt to get something out of me. And then when I didn't give into it, sort of threatened me with civil legal action, essentially. Not legal action, obviously. Neither one of it. Well, I'll say I didn't attempt to hold on. But yeah, I didn't again, I didn't want to reveal their information to anybody. I didn't want to put anything out in public, so I kept everything in the background and just attempted to verify who this was and what their intentions were, essentially. And so it just kind of still felt a little bit disturbing to me in the end, because here was this person that literally had tried this same thing years and years ago, and then out of the blue decided to contact me and try again with a completely different name. But then after all of it, admitted that they were the same person. Again, when they said, oh, so we're using real names now. And I thought, well, I mean, yeah, typically if you're doing business where you're selling something directly to somebody, a service that you're providing in exchange for a monetary reimbursement, either from a third-party company or from me specifically, yeah, typically we use names. And typically we don't use a completely false name, and their reasoning was somewhat logical in the sense that they were like, oh, well, it's just not really suggested to use your real name on social media anymore. I thought, well, that'd be different if you were a private person. But the moment you go out there and you're selling ads to people in either the way they had put it, that they were working for another third-party business and were an employee of that business, you would not be able to use a fake name for that. That would actually be against company policy to do such things, and you wouldn't be able to sell like that in order to essentially make profit for that business that you're working for. I don't know any of you out there, whether you're Americans or whatever country you might be in, but we don't go in and do an employee contract and sign up with a false name just so that the people walking into the store don't know our names. That's just not how reality works. Yeah, Jenny, I agree. I just kind of I keep talking with people until I realize exactly what's going on. What did somebody say? I'm so sorry to hear about the diabetes. That sucks. I know that's a tough situation to deal with. Yeah, I've been trying to get out and occasionally get out and around and do some stuff. I've been trying to get out there and take a few photos here and there. Some of the parks I've been going to, I've realized once I've got there, they've been a little bit busier than what I'm comfortable with, and I ended up leaving early because I don't want to be around other people, and that's been weeks and weeks ago, so I already know that we're all safe and in the clear, but I didn't really appreciate it at the time. I went out to be completely alone and just take some photos to share on the Instagram account and keep everything going. And by the time I was done hiking through the woods, there's like 4 or 5 other families there that had come to join me, and so I was like, okay, I'm out of here. And then so I took off and left, and it's been probably about a month now, actually, to tell the truth. Actually, I think that was the last time that I tried to. Let's see. I think that was the last time I tried to do. That was the live stream that we had so much trouble with, and I was out in the woods, and I ended up. I think we ended up losing the live stream because it crashed for some reason. So, yeah, it's just been a little bit weird around here. Like, there's definitely less people out and about, but like I see cars everywhere, so I don't know where everybody's going, but it's not like they're going to the stores, but like it's like I said when I went out to the nature nature park, I guess that's accurate, but when I went out to the park, it was like there were so many people there, and by the end of it I was just paranoid, so I just left. But yeah, so those are my stories. I've had 2 different potential, we'll say alleged scammers, because if for some reason this weird person comes completely out of the woodwork and does happen to try to bring me to civil court, which I would assume wouldn't happen because any judge in their right mind that saw the nonsense that they've contacted with me over the last few years would probably be like, of course they thought you were trying to scam them, So, yeah. So I'm not really afraid about that. But I did figure, since what happened last time, and some people got contacted, and some people tried to drag in other followers of mine into some drama and try to attack other followers and other fans and supporters out there, I figured I'd sort of get on top of things and let you guys know ahead of time, just in case, because again, I've just had some bad experiences in the past, and I've had some people literally try to get in contact with my other followers and cause problems and cause drama. So I wanted to get on top of it, let you guys know. Unfortunately, although it probably will not happen, there is a small chance that there could be some people attempt to exact revenge on the channels again, despite the fact that I did everything possible to just figure out what the situation was. Yeah, I agree, Bama. Yeah, it's unfortunate too. It's just like, especially when you're just trying to be left alone. I hadn't heard this from this person in, like I said, 5 years. I assumed it was all over. I had blocked them on my cell phone because I didn't even know how they had gotten a hold of my cell phone number, which I assume was probably from an old social media account that's long since been deleted. I have no personal social media accounts anymore, and that's one of the main reasons I don't, is because of people contacting me that shouldn't be contacting me, and so I've deleted all of my personal email, all my personal social media. I have my Facebook account, which is nearly brand new, well, not brand new, but was created when the 539 channel was created, and then after that, I even erased everything off of it. I have no friends that I've ever known personally as, I should take that back. Some of the YouTube creators that I've worked with in the past are on my Facebook friends list. But like other than that, there is nobody that lives near me that has ever met me on a personal level, for those specific reasons, just being, an old friend or an old acquaintance or an old schoolmate of mine. Nobody like that exists on it. And so all those accounts are completely erased. And so, yeah, I don't know exactly why they decided to try again, or why they decided to try again with a completely different name and not just admit it to begin with. Because my thought too is like, well, if you knew that I knew your name, why would you come to me with another name and not at least tell me right up front, hey, I know that the name looks different and the face looks the same, but let me explain to you why I'm contacting you under this new name. And so that would be what the normal average person would do if they're not trying to somehow, maybe get something out of you, allegedly. But like I said, again, they just sort of rolled with it, like, oh, they'll never guess. They'll just think it's another random person that has the same photo, the same face, the same story, the same family. And maybe I'll get further this time. I don't know. I really don't know what their actual intentions were, but they, again, just decided to roll with the fake name and not think that I would notice. Yeah, I've been kind of weirded out about the cars. Yeah, it's like I look out the windows and it's like, it seems like so many people are out that it's like you go out, and look in the parking lots, and there's not a lot of people parked in some places. So I don't really know. Maybe they're out and about. Maybe they're trying to find places to be out in nature and social distance. I don't know. But it is kind of frustrating sometimes looking out the windows and seeing so many cars. It's like, what's everybody doing? Yeah, always good to have people around you to keep you busy. And grandkids would be a good one too. Yeah, a lot of our parks are close too. We have a big system. Some of them you've probably noticed in the random 539 videos where I've went out and found, old abandoned farm stuff and, the park. Those are privately owned parks, and so they're not bound by the same rules. And so since they're technically also not businesses, they are businesses, but they're like a charity business. And they don't have any people to like check you in or out or charge you any fees or anything like that. So a lot of times, or especially recently, it seems that they're just getting away with staying open. So I've never seen any with any chains up or any signs up saying that you're not allowed to be there. So it seems so far that they've been ignored by any regulations. Yeah, Jade, I agree. Yeah, VPN. Definitely get a VPN. there was a VPN company, an actual legit company, and we didn't end up working out a good deal to work together. But I highly support the VPNs. Find yourself a good VPN. I have NordVPN myself. A great company. If I'm out on the road, I can use it so that the hotels can't track you, or if there happens to be some random snooper in the hotel trying to get onto other people's computers, it encrypts your data with military-grade encryption so that no one can check you out. So it's a good thing to have. It's not a perfect solution, but it's definitely a good protection to have. Thank you, Kenneth. Yeah, I was texting back and forth with Big Steve the other day, making sure that he was doing okay out there in California, and he was doing the same. Actually, he contacted me first, but yeah, I was happy to hear from him, and he's doing pretty good out there in California, although I think, just like me and probably everybody else here, I'm just going a little bit stir-crazy from being indoors for so long. Yeah, California's been on crazy lockdown. I kind of wish we were, but it seems like our rules are just a little bit more lax. Hey there, artist. Artist61, welcome. Good to have you. Yeah, again, highly recommend the VPNs. And that's not coming from someone who's looking to get sponsored. That's coming from somebody who, before I did YouTube, I spent over a decade in the information technology field. So from a security standpoint, exceptional. Again, like I said, it's not a perfect solution, but it's going to protect you from certain dangers, whether that's hackers on your local network, or whether that's maybe just your internet company tracking your internet usage and then delivering ads to you. Maybe you don't want those targeted ads. You know, every time you look one thing up on the internet, all of a sudden every single ad is about that one thing, or maybe it's about a different company that sells that same thing, and maybe that just is getting on your nerves. And so, you know, you can get one of those VPNs, and it'll as a creator, obviously I can't complain too much about ads. They do help me out quite a bit, but I can understand why some people out there don't want, you know, trackable ads. It just might be a little bit too invasive for you, and so, you know, you just want to eliminate that. And as a regular advertising company on YouTube, it seems to me that YouTube doesn't seem to mind too much, so I'll go ahead and voice my opinion on that. I hadn't heard about the October hack, but yeah, I mean, there are definitely ways around it. It just depends on what it is. Fortunately, they don't carry records. They could maybe get hacked to the point where the email addresses of the users might be leaked. But as far as I know, they don't maintain any internet records, so it would just be your email address and possibly account information being linked. So as long as you were to reset your password, technically you should be still safe. You know, again, unless somebody was like hacking your specific computer at the time, then I don't think it would be much of an issue. So you wouldn't have to worry about your personal data or payment information or things like that. Thanks for joining us, John. Appreciate you being here. You have a great night. Stay safe out there. I don't know about the ad block one. I've never tried that before. I will say, as a creator, again, you know, one of the reasons that YouTube works is because of the ad strategy. You know, we do make money off of ads, and it is a way to support local creators that maybe don't have the backing of these massive, you know, production companies out there, television companies like NBC or CBS or, you know, 21st Century Fox or whatever it may be. And that's a lot of the reason that YouTube does work. So I can't promote any ad blockers, but yeah, obviously I'll have to leave that up to the individual to make that particular choice. Why do a music? Maybe. I actually was intending to finally finish the guitar here. I might pull out my soldering iron later if I can finishing up the editing here in time. I do have everything ready to go, including a brand new string ready to. I ended up breaking a string a while back, and I had the new string already strung and ready to go. Actually, not completely strung, but just sitting there at the top, waiting to be strung all the way. And so it's ready to go pretty much. I had a few issues. When it was hanging, one of the parts that I had soldered fell off again, so I'm going to have to resolder the pickup, and then I'm going to have to resolder the pickup. Not the pickup, the jack, excuse me. I'm going to have to resolder that, and I think one of the pickups into the ground line. And so it ended up meaning that I was going to have to not only finish some work, but redo a lot of the work that I had done previously. And so it kind of frustrated me, and that's why it's taken so long for me to do that. IPVanish, I don't know much about them, to be honest. I mean, I can tell you about the technology from a personal standpoint and from what I've learned in college. A VPN essentially is sort of like your home router. To those of you not familiar, that's your internet box. That's where it comes in from the outside, and usually through your cable line or maybe through your phone line or whatever line from the outside, and then branches out to all your devices, your phones, your computers, laptops, TVs. And so all those individual devices inside your home have a separate address, and it's called a private IP address. Those private IP addresses are not able to be leaked to the public. They're completely separated from the public side of the internet. And so to figure out which individual device is requesting the information on the outside is actually incredibly hard, and actually serves as a protection between you and the public internet. And so in the same way, a VPN works by creating a separate tunnel between your specific device to another server out there in the world somewhere, and it sort of acts in that same way. Whereas all that internet traffic that you're reaching out to, whether it's google.com or whether it's YouTube or Yahoo or whatever it might be, it actually looks like it comes from that public server's address and not from your own private internet address. And so it adds even one more extra protection there to hide where that traffic is coming from, just in case someone were to try and hack your computer, or again just try to study your online internet activity, which is pretty much what everybody out there does now. Whether it's your internet company, whether it's the websites you visit, whatever it may be, everybody's kind of trying to track what you do and then sell that information to advertisers so that they can target advertised specifically to your device. Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate you watching. Hope you are liking everything. Well, as a non-lawyer and as a friend of some criminal, wow, I'm mixing up terms here. I have a friend. His name's Chris. I won't give his last name away because he hasn't exactly said when he's going to be on the channel yet. But he's a real old friend of mine from elementary school, and he is now actually, now I was saying it wrong the last time, but he's a criminal defense attorney, and very smart person. And while I'm not an attorney, I can't really give any legal advice. I might say to ask somebody like him, but I would just say anytime you feel scared, if you feel scared, contact somebody. You know, at the very least, somebody can just say no, or they can sort of soothe you a little bit by telling you, okay, here's your options, here's what constitutes, something that can be taken action against, here's what constitutes a legal threat. But personally, I can't really give any recommendations, but I do feel for you. I deal with stuff like that more than it would seem like I would have to. But again, I feel like anybody out there who feels scared, nobody should have to feel afraid. So if it's something you feel afraid about, at least, go out there and try and consult somebody, maybe even just a lawyer, maybe call, like I don't even know who you would contact on something like that. I mean, I know that, if somebody's making a legitimate threat or something, there's always the option of getting things like restraining orders and things like that. But again, obviously there's going to be a judge there that wants to know that it's a legitimate concern. And so it's hard to say for somebody like me who hasn't gone to law school, but yeah, maybe when all this is over and I can actually finally have my friend on the account to do a live stream with all of us, maybe he can potentially sort of answer some of the questions. I know it's kind of a little bit tricky still to give legal advice without being in a contract with a lawyer. So I would just, again say if you're feeling afraid, at least contact somebody. Even if you're not necessarily calling law enforcement, you could contact a lawyer. You could even just, get some advice and maybe some people that know both parties, or, I don't know your situation, but again, no one should ever have to feel afraid of something like that. So, if you feel like you're feeling threatened or you're feeling afraid, definitely contact somebody. Even if you contact a lot of police departments have, their front desk officer that'll answer almost 24 hours a day. Sometimes it forwards to the emergency channels, so maybe call during regular business hours, but they might be able to give you some advice at least. Does this constitute something that I can get a restraining order? Does this constitute something that I can give somebody, I guess a cease and desist is more of a civil thing, but there should be someone out there that can give you some advice on that for sure. But yeah, I would definitely say contact somebody if you're feeling like you're not comfortable, for sure, because no one should make you feel uncomfortable. Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate that. I've been working hard. I've been sifting through gigabytes and gigabytes. I have 3 different external hard drives and about going on about 8 terabytes worth of backed up files from all the different adventures that we've had on 539, and I've been trying to sort that all out into several different episodes, whether it's the ghost towns, whether it's the mausoleums, whether it's every time I'm making one right now that's about every time that I've been followed. I think it's going to be a multiple part series by the time we're done. I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's been almost over 15 times now that we've had some weird people out there just sort of follow me around these places and either film me or just track me or whatever it may be. And so I'm working on that. And then I do have another mausoleum series, another mausoleum episode, coming out here really soon too. So I realized there was just so many, and every one of them so far has been at least 20 minutes long, and so I didn't want to just release a one single episode that was like an hour and a half. I guess I really just hadn't realized at the end of the day how many amazing mausoleums we really had run into over the years. So there'll be a 3rd episode of the mausoleums. There'll probably be 2 episodes coming up of all the different times I was followed. We're going to be doing, I think tomorrow I'm going to be releasing I meant to release it today, but I ended up not being able to get all the way through it. But I am going to be releasing a side-by-side comparison of Monument City between the different times that we've been there and between it being flooded and not flooded. And I know I've shown some really short clips in the past of sort of a side-by-side comparison, but this will be literally a side-by-side, literally walking down the road to Monument City with one side being the flooded side and the other side being completely unflooded, and then getting to the edge where we see the lake, and then on the other video the lake's empty and we can walk out into the lake bed and see all of the abandoned stuff and all the buildings and the foundations and the crumbling infrastructure of the schools and the homes and all that. And so we're going to be doing that probably tomorrow. And then Tuesday, I'm not sure on Tuesday. It depends on what episode I get done first. So we're just sort of seeing what happens there. But it'll either be it'll probably be either one of the followed episodes or probably the third mausoleum, I guess, the third mausoleum exploration video. So we're definitely going to have stuff still coming out. It's a whole different animal trying to go out there and not just to create content, but sift through all of your old content to create new content out of the old content and still make it interesting. And obviously I have to go back and re-edit all the audio because some of it had music with it. Some of it was, cutting in the middle of a conversation. And obviously none of it technically goes together except for subject matter alone. So I've had to do a lot of extra editing on that end to account for all the changes that we're making just to make it its own episode. And not only that, but not to flag all the rest of my episodes that each one of the clips came from. I have to be really careful to not include too much of any one clip, otherwise my other videos could get accidentally demonetized, even though it's not against YouTube policy at all. If they think that there's a video on the channel that closely mimics another video on YouTube, they don't all the time catch that it's the same channel or the same account, and so sometimes it'll get demonetized by accident. So I've had to be really careful about that too. Yeah, the mausoleums are amazing. I mean, I can only imagine. I would love to know sometime. I'm sure there's information out there. I really haven't spent a whole lot of time looking up that information, but I'm sure there's some cost information out there, and I would love to know sometime and maybe even do a video on how much some of these things actually cost, because I'm sure some of them probably end up costing about the same amount as a house. I can only imagine. But yeah, so definitely going to be weeks worth of material still coming out, and at whatever point I'm able to get out and still be socially distant, but at the same time film a lot of these out of the way places like I'm used to filming, we're also going to get on the road again and do that. So I don't know when that's going to be. That might be the beginning of this new month coming up, or it might be later, depending on what the rules and regulations are in this area. I'm just trying to be real careful at this point about what I do and where I go. So it's to be determined at this point, but I'm hoping here in the next few weeks that I'll at least be able to get out and go places where no other people are. So I don't think that will be a real issue. Sorry, in the middle of this, I'm still trying to check just to see if anybody has tried to do anything else on my accounts. Because I'm also worried about, well, I guess I won't encourage anything just in case someone happens to log in and, or not log in, but check out the live stream. So I'm not going to encourage anything by offering any options for people. But I'm trying to keep an eye on the accounts right now just to make sure that I don't have any other issues out there. But yeah, just a bizarre day. Yeah. But it shows you you got to be careful out there. You can't always take somebody's word for things, unfortunately. Sometimes you actually have to do your own research. And, for every time that I've actually had conversations with a lot of these people, there's probably 10 others that I just never contact back because I already know that they're scams. A lot of them, I've had a few Instagram scams where they've tried to get me to purchase things and then say that they'll reimburse me later. Essentially like, okay, well, we have this and this product. If you want to go on our website and actually buy it, what we'll do is we'll reimburse you via PayPal, and then you can review our product for free. And I'll say, unfortunately, it's completely possible to just send me your product for free from your business address. You don't need me to purchase the item through your website and then get a refund for it. That's scam 101 right there. If anybody wants you to buy something, review it, and then get payment later, never do that. That's not real. Thank you, Jade, and my condolences, I guess, in a way, to you as well. That you've had to deal with that. I feel for you too, and yeah, it's kind of scary sometimes. I've had other circumstances that were, I guess, technically more scary. Someone threatening to sue me for something that is in no way a suable offense, in no way an offense at all. That doesn't bug me as much, but I've had some people out there that, yeah, it's like I don't even know where some of these people are. And sometimes they claim to be places that they aren't even at. Some of them have claimed to be close to me, and yeah, it has been scary. And so there's been times where I've been on the lookout, just waiting for someone to show up, either at the command center or at my home or whatever it might be. And yeah, it's a difficult situation that people shouldn't have to deal with. But at the same time, I also feel sorry for me personally, for some of the people who have done the things that they've done, because it's, in my mind, I feel like maybe some of these people that have done these things are maybe in a bad state themselves, and maybe not in the greatest state of mind. And so I try not to be too judgmental, but it's also dependent on your own personal situation too. So you really never know. The experience I've had have seemed to be either two different things. That seems to be either someone trying to scam me out of money, or someone is trying to be maybe just too much of a fan. So it's unfortunate, but whatever the case is, no one should ever have to deal with it. So, but yeah, just be careful out there. And again, from my own end, I will never contact anybody and tell them to contact my followers. And so if anybody tries to contact you on my behalf, just report it. Those people aren't out there to help me, and they're definitely not employed by me or contracted by me in any way. Anytime that I need to contact somebody personally, I will do that personally. And so you will see an email from me if for some reason, obviously that would probably be rare for me have to do such a thing, but if for some reason I felt the need to get in contact with someone personally because of some situation going on, it will be me that contacts you and no one else. And as I've said so many times, there's a lot of rumors that get spread out there around the internet, and I hate to sort of pit followers against other followers. And so, if anybody's out there just trying to cause drama, it's clearly fake. Because as you can clearly see right here, I will be the first one to come out and tell you guys if I feel like something's going on that needs to be discussed. And that's one of the reasons that I'm here tonight, is because I felt like it needed to be discussed, like you guys needed to be updated, and people needed to know just in case, because who knows what's going to happen. So I know what's not going to happen. I know I'm not going to be sued. I know that I didn't do anything wrong. I know that I merely tried to protect myself and my own interest, and as well as the interest of all the people who follow and enjoy my work. And I will only ever do that. And so I felt quite confident in ending the conversation with both of these parties and not being in contact with them anymore, that I did the right thing and didn't go too far and didn't try to exact any revenge on anybody or do anything inappropriate. So I'm quite confident that this is the end, but the only thing I can't prevent at this point is their own personal choices in contacting other followers that I know and trying to cause problems. So that's where we are right now. So I'm just sort of warning you guys. Yeah, you really never know anybody's situations. And so again, that's why I try to be, from my perspective anyway, again, like I said, everybody out there has their own individual situations that are going on, and so I don't want to necessarily inform anybody else and say, what choice that you personally should take. But from my end, being a creator and being somebody in the public eye, maybe not very much in the public eye, still being somewhat small, I still try to keep a certain level of distance from things like that and not really try to get involved in those people's personal lives, despite the fact that maybe they tried to get involved in mine. So, again, being a normal person, I think all of us at one point in our lives have had either, a celebrity crush or somebody out there that we thought, oh, wouldn't that be neat to be friends with somebody like that? And maybe they'd be a compatible person with me. And a lot of us never pursue it any further than just pure speculation. But sometimes there are a few out there that pursue it further. And so while I don't try to judge their personal lives, I just try to do my best to solve that situation and bring it to a peaceful end. And that's what I'm trying to do now. And I obviously haven't given out any personal information. I haven't tried to expose this person on YouTube or expose these businesses on Instagram or whatever it might be. But at the same time, I'm also trying to protect myself from not only losing money but also bad press, I guess. And so that's where we're at right now with that whole situation. I don't want it to turn into something like it did last time, where all of a sudden people are emailing me and messaging me and wondering what's wrong and if I need help and, why is this other person messaging me? Again, right up front, if I have a problem with any of you, which I don't, you'd be the first to know, and you'd be the first to know privately. I would never just blast your name out there in the public, and I would never have somebody else contact you for me. So, just, I can't even say be vigilant because it's a non-issue. It's not real. If the people were to contact you, just block, report, and be done with it. I don't even know who they are. So, just be aware, I guess, is the whole point I'm trying to make with all this. So, but other than that, again, I hope that everybody out there is doing well. I hope everybody is healthy and staying safe. And I will continue to try to do better at doing more and more streams here. I've tried not to let it go too far again, but I know I did take a little bit longer of a break this time than I wanted to. I intended it only to be a few days last time, but I mean, as again, a normal person, dealing with something that literally no one's had to really deal with in almost 100 years now, or over 100 years now, maybe. It is tough and it is stressful, and I can't say that it hasn't gotten to me at all. So, I apologize if I might not always just, Johnny on the spot getting ready to stream. I am trying to do my best, but just like everybody out there, once you've been indoors for like weeks at a time, it does start to sort of mess with your well-being and your track of time, and so it's definitely difficult. And so I feel for everybody out there. Definitely don't feel sorry for me. I don't deserve to be felt sorry for, but just an explanation of what's going on, and if I'm not always right on the spot and right on time for these streams, just know that it's not that I'm trying to ignore all of you, and it's not that I don't appreciate everything that every one of you has done for me, and the position that you all have put me in, and I will forever appreciate that and all of your support. And again, looking at all the comments on YouTube and seeing still to this day, years and years later, that we're still hanging right in there at about a 90 to 95% positive comment rate. That's amazing to see, the percentages on a lot of the thumbs up that we still achieve to this day. When I see a video that has 90% thumbs up, know that that's unusual, and know that that's directly a result of you and your support for me, and how much I appreciate that. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate it. I agree, Jenny. I wake up some days and I think, wait, what day is it even now? Or when was the last time that I streamed? It's weird, and I don't like it. But I feel like it's for the best, though. I feel like, again, mathematically, the less that we're around each other physically, the quicker this all goes away and we get back to normal. So I know there's a lot of people that are getting antsy out there, but if we can just all keep it up here for a little bit longer, we can all be a part of the solution. Well, if I could speak for Jenny, I would say it's just one of those things where, at least some of us out there, the days just start to run together when you're doing the same thing. And I think that's what maybe Jenny means by that. But I'll let her also answer for herself as well. But my personal opinion on that is, it's the same with me. Once it's been more than a week, it's just hard to tell anymore. Yeah. And the thing that scares me about a lot of these protests is I see these, I understand people's right to express discontent, but at the same time, when these people are out there and they're not wearing masks and they're walking shoulder to shoulder with these signs, and I think how many people are, going home and getting sick, maybe if it's not even the big one, maybe they're going home and they're getting the flu. And equally, not equally, but also a very dangerous thing to deal with, it's like, it does make me slightly discouraged, and so when I see some of the, at least a few smart protesters out there that are at least staying in their cars and doing their things from the safety of from keeping that social distance as well as being inside their vehicles, at least those people are doing that. But when I see people out there on the street, shoulder to shoulder, no gloves, no mask, no protection whatsoever, it truly disappoints me a lot. This isn't fake. This is a real issue. It's not, it's not conspiracy. It's not somebody that's trying to destroy our lives or our economy. It's something that is a real solution. And when you separate people from each other, it does not allow that transmission. And so that's the important part of it, is that we limit that transmission, because the more people that become naturally immune despite the fact of not having any actual vaccine or whatever, we can lower our numbers. So, it's frustrating seeing that. But again, I understand people's need to voice their opinions and their own frustrations. And so I do, in some ways, and I want to say that very clear, in some ways, feel for them. But again, when they're out there completely not protecting themselves or the people around them, then I don't feel for that. So, if you want to protest things, at least do it safely. Do it from home. Do an online protest. Protest from your own car, but don't endanger the lives of other people just because you think you might be right about something. And the sad reality is that a lot of these people are not right, and they are causing a lot of danger. And so it's not a which side of the aisle are you on situation. we are all in this together, no matter what you believe politically, spiritually, whatever it may be. This is all of us. But again, amidst all this, I do see a lot of hope out there too. There's a lot of people coming together, a lot of people coming together for charity and different live streams and things like that, doing a lot of good. A lot of people out there donating and being selfless, and so that is very encouraging. But at the same time, it's like there are a lot of discouraging things out there too. So we just all got to do our best to be safe and smart. You know, it's if you stop thinking about it, about maybe what we're going through right now, and just the math of any type of thing like this, like a cold, you know. If it's cold season and you're out at the mall, you're more likely to get a cold. So treat it like that. You don't have to worry about who's saying what and what's true and what's not. We know some basic facts about health and disease to be able to inform us very securely about what actually we need to do. And although it's much more dangerous than a cold, in many ways it is the same math that governs cold transmission. So if you be worried about catching a cold, be worried, treat it like that. Or the flu. Again, if you wouldn't risk it for that, then don't risk it for anything else, or risk it even less. So, and that will keep you from misinformation. Treat it like the worst flu that you ever heard of and protect yourself accordingly. And don't worry about what the fringes of each side claim might be true, I hope so too, Diane. But I think again, a lot of us during this are looking to different leadership from around the world, and trying to find solutions there. But really, at the end of the day, we are the solution, and we are the only ones that are going to be able to fix this situation. And so making that sacrifice and staying indoors or staying protected if you can't, for whatever reason, if you're in one of those businesses, healthcare or whatever it is, where you have to be outside, be safe. Because we're the solutions, and we're ultimately the only ones that are going to make a real change, because no matter what the leaders say, it's us that's going to have to implement these changes and implement this whole staying at home thing. And if we don't follow it, or we sneak around and we do things, we're going to be the direct result of how long this lasts, And obviously we can't control other people, but we sure can control ourselves. Yeah, I feel for you, Linda. Hopefully the people out there, there's a lot of people out there that are trapped right now in areas like that where they're not home. They're having to stay with friends or family, or, whatever it may be. And it's tough because you're separated. There's been families that have been separated, couples that have been separated. And yeah, it's so unfortunate that they have to deal with that. But it's like, at the end of the day, know that, the rest of us out here are really proud of you for doing it. Well, many, many thanks to them, Linda. Thank you so much for their service. But yeah, we just gotta all do our best. But anyway, I don't want to make the whole stream about that. I hate to get into negative things all the time. And I know I kind of logged on tonight and went into a live stream to sort of talk about negative things, but again, I want you all to know that I'm right there with you. I'm feeling for you. I've been trying to do my best to even answer as much as it probably doesn't matter. I try to answer comments more. I'm trying to answer messages more. I'm trying to stay in touch with people more and to reach out, because I know that definitely not to put myself on any pedestal, but I know from a personal perspective, the one thing that's really been or not the one thing, but one of the things that's been helping me through this whole situation, as well as many other people, is entertainment. Anytime that you can sit down and take up a little bit of your time by watching something that you like, watching something that makes you laugh, or watching something that is interesting to you, that it really helps. And so I'm trying to do my best to deliver that to the people that utilize me and my work and my channels for that. So, and I apologize again that I have not been, again, Johnny on the spot putting my episodes up, and some of that's just, again, the stresses that I'm going through in my own life, which, again, it's not that bad. I don't want anybody to worry about me or think that I'm not going to make it, or I'm not going to be well, or not doing mentally well. I'm doing fine. But again, I'm just a normal person like everybody else. So, obviously I'm going through those same stresses, but, again, my apologies to all of you that I haven't been able to continue the rate of videos, although it will pick up here. I've just, again, been dealing with everything together, so, and this is new for me, I have not really been a channel in the past. I think that has really done this type of content. I have only ever done a top 10 video once, and I think it was years ago, and it didn't do very well, and so I tried very hard to avoid it. And then when I saw a lot of people requesting it, I thought, I'll give it another shot and we'll see how well it goes. And it seems to actually be doing fairly well right now. And so I'm very happy about that. But, from a creative perspective, I gotta express some feelings for other creators out there too, because despite the fact that there's so many more views on YouTube right now, a lot of the ad rates have been cut, and so a lot of these wonderful businesses out there, people like the Film Theorist, or people like Good Mythical Morning, and a lot of these huge operations have had their income just slashed. And people like me, I'm gonna be okay, but when you have a company full of employees that need to be paid, and all of a sudden you're making all kinds of views, but you're not getting that ad rates, it can be really hurtful to those people. So I do feel sorry for them. But I'm not asking anybody out there to feel sorry for me. So I'm so happy to hear that, Linda. Yeah, I mean, I don't try to feel self-absorbed, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm coming across as that, but it really does mean a lot to me to think that people can watch it and at least be entertained for a little bit and escape from reality just for a little bit. And especially with travel content, not necessarily just even mine, but just travel content is something that I think is so important right now, because people can sort of vicariously get outside and get to see things that they would only really get to see on an average day if they were to go outside themselves. And so I'm happy to still be able to at least do something, despite the fact that for right now I'm sort of indoors and not traveling. And for the foreseeable future, I'm not going to be staying in hotels. I'm not going to be doing things like that may further endanger myself or the people around me. And so there has been a lot of sacrifices, but I'm up to this point still able to create, and so that's good. Thank you, Diane. Yeah, it's one of those things too. Yeah, if you can get out in the yard and do something, explore a little bit around your own house or property, then yeah, definitely do that too. It's good to get out. Am I buffering? Let me check on my, I've got my OBS up, but I don't have my, no, my apologies. Yeah, I might be having a little bit of issues. Unfortunately, right after I went live, I realized I had one setting I needed to adjust on my streaming software that I thought was actually going to completely take care of that issue, and I forgot to do it, just because of all these other things that I've been thinking about today, and all these emails, and either legit emails or completely non-legit emails or whatever they may be. It's just been everything's been in my head today, and so unfortunately I forgot to do the one thing that I think will end up curing that problem permanently from here on out. Well, I shouldn't say permanently, because obviously I still am at the mercy of local internet connections. So, if there's a lot of traffic on your particular local end, obviously I won't be able to cure that, but from my end, I feel like I can eliminate a lot of the buffering from here on out. But I hit that start streaming button and I decided let's just keep it going, because I'd rather deal with a little bit of buffering than have to stop the stream and start again. So I just said screw it. So my apologies, though. I completely understand. I get irritated too with the buffering, and so I will have that fixed for next time. But yeah. I can be a little bit forgetful, especially when I have a lot of things on my plate at once. And I wasn't going to stream at all, and then I finished all these conversations, and I was like, you know what, screw it. I've at least got to go on and talk about this, because this is the most ridiculous thing that I've dealt with, reality aside right now in the outside world. Internal problems, this is the most ridiculous thing I've had to deal with in a while, and I just thought, at the very least, it'll be entertaining maybe to some of the people out there to hear about it. And I find them kind of interesting. I don't really know why, but there is something rather entertaining and interesting about scams and things like that. And it's content that occasionally I watch on YouTube myself, so I thought maybe it'd just be something I'd share with you guys. And unfortunately got me a little bit kind of going every which direction, and that's why I didn't fix that. So, but that should be fixed for next time. I don't know if I'm going to be, like I said, I might try to do another stream later. Usually I don't know. I wish there were a few other people. Well, there are a few other people, but I feel like a lot of the people in my particular personal group have a lot of the same issues of what I have, and so I would love to talk to somebody much bigger than me, which I do have some friends, obviously, that have hundreds of thousands of followers, and maybe I should get in touch with them a little bit more. I probably should anyway, just because they're good friends. But I would love to consult with somebody about some of the different streaming issues and searching issues and tagging issues and notification issues and things like that. But yeah. Let me think here. I think if there's anything else I need to update you guys on. Again, like I said, we will be having another episode tomorrow, no matter what, on the 539 Productions channel. And I've been going over some older videos and things that I've over the years removed from the 539 Productions channel, either because it simply did not fit with the format that I've over time fell into, the exploration and adventure travel format. And so a lot of stuff over the years has been removed. The videos that are up right now are not the complete culmination of all the 539 work, and so I have thought about throwing a lot of that older stuff into compilations for the second channel, so that it sort of fills in the gaps when I'm not necessarily able to do a live stream on the second channel here. So, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about that. I know the car stuff by far has been the least popular on the channel. I don't know if it's just not interesting, or if people just don't really get into the whole car club thing anymore, or the street racing things. And I know that it's sort of a divisive issue, and even to myself, I mean, looking back at being in car clubs and some of the stuff we've did, I've definitely looked back at that and said, maybe some of those things that I did on the road weren't the smartest things in the world. But at the same time, I do find it interesting myself, and I do find subculture very interesting. So I may try and put some of that content, or it may be exploration and traveling content too. It may just have not done well. There were some videos that just unfortunately were posted in those weird times where I was having YouTube issues with the notifications, and so a lot of them did terribly in numbers, and so in order to not affect my future videos, I removed those offending videos that got very little views so that they would not. Again, if you know about the algorithm, if you have one bad video, it can very much inform the algorithm of how to treat your next few videos. So if I have a video that does really badly, I will just immediately remove it. As some of you may have noticed, I removed one of the indie videos of the Congressional Memorial in downtown Indianapolis. Was almost immediately removed after, I think, about 3 days because of how terribly it did because of the algorithm. And so maybe I could publish that video and some of the other videos. Maybe some people out there haven't even seen some of the videos that, in the past have been removed. So I've been thinking about that. I almost ordered a drone the other day. My thought was to maybe I was thinking to do sunset live streams because DJI drones can actually stream. And I could literally stream flying around with my drone and pipe our normal audio through it. And so I thought about maybe doing that, but I'm not sure if I want to drop that amount of money. But I did find there is a DJI drone that does not fall under the laws of drones. It's technically small enough to be considered a toy, and so you don't have to become FAA certified or whatever. So yeah, I appreciate the input. I don't know if I should pronounce your name or say Jeh. I don't really know. Maybe I think I might have asked that before. Again, there's a few people to come on, and I always feel bad because I don't know exactly how I should address them. So I apologize if I screw up any names. But yeah, I think that's a great point. Yeah, some people like the car content, some people don't. I used to do traffic content too, like really bad intersections and things like that, where I would just see how terrible of driving or how close calls or how many close calls I could catch on film, and that never did well either. Although looking back on it, some of it was either not very interesting, or on the other side of things, I noticed often that the GoPro that I was using at the time was such a wide angle lens that it made things look a lot safer. And even though, if I was on the road, it might be a real close call. Like I caught a really close call between a semi and a car once, and the semi literally almost hit the car. And I put up the video online, and I noticed all these people started commenting like, it doesn't even look dangerous. Like the guy just put his turn signal on and got into the other lane. What seems to be the problem? And I realized looking back, I was like, yeah, you're kind of right. It doesn't look half bad on video, but when I was there, it was really dangerous. And another time I was turning onto a road, and this guy comes flying up and nearly hits me and cuts me off right in front of me, and almost caused me to rear end him. But I mean, thankfully I hit the brakes hard enough that I didn't rear end him, and I put that video up online, and the same thing happened. A lot of people are like, he literally just turned into your lane. It's not that big of a deal. And when I looked at it, I was like, man, from the video, it really doesn't. But if you were to look in real life, it looked like the person was literally right up on me. But because of that wide angle lens, it looks like they're 15, 20, 30 feet away from me. And it really is pretty deceiving, unfortunately. That's the bad part about GoPros. I agree, Diane. Yeah, that's a good point, too. Awesome. Yeah, that sounds good to me too. What time is it? Man, it's almost 2 a.m. for me. How long have we been going now? I always have this point in the video. I feel kind of dumb sometimes that things become somewhat redundant. I really do try to make these more interesting than they end up turning out sometimes. And I know that a lot of you guys do like to just come and hang out, and I like it too. But there is something that inside of me that always feels a little bit subconscious about just hanging out. I would like to, even if it was just challenges or something over on the second channel. I thought about ordering the hot sauce, the Hot Ones stuff, and even maybe doing that just to make something that was different on the second channel, not 539. Thank you, Jade. Appreciate that. 96 minutes. So just over an hour and a half. So not bad at all, especially for starting late. These always fly by, though. Good question, Diane. Yeah, absolutely. Just like the 539 videos that I've been placing on Facebook on the 539 page over there, yeah, I would definitely, I'm just sort of making the 539 on Facebook sort of like a catch-all. And so, yeah, if I post them here, I'll probably post some sort of video on Facebook as well. Sometimes they might be copies. I still haven't really... I'm not the hugest fan of Facebook, not for the same reasons that everybody else is, but just for the content creation in general. It is a little bit tougher. Facebook is very much a pay-to-play sort of operation, where YouTube is sort of like you build and you build and you build. A lot of Facebook is more around how many times you hit that boost my post button and then pay a little bit of money. And so it is a little bit harder for me to justify certain videos, I guess, when I know that they did so well. Like, I know that there's a few videos that I posted on Facebook that had hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube, and literally maybe on Facebook they got like 200 views. And so realizing that it's one of those things where if I don't pay for it, it's not going to do well. It sort of frustrates me a little bit, but it's not a terrible platform, and neither is Instagram, and I might, just go for it and pay for it. But like at the same time, it is somewhat frustrating. But I feel like I can say that safely on YouTube because it's not the same company. So thank you so much, Linda. Yeah, I agree with everybody. Yeah, we always have good conversations, and for the most part, aside from randomly attracting one or two stray people that want to come in and troll, we almost seem to never have negative chats over here. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry, I got a message there on Instagram that was a good one. So that was good news. Yes, I agree, Jade. Yeah, we've attracted a good bunch of people that seem to be very respectful. And, I mean, especially that I think maybe never everybody knows, and I'm kind of glad in a lot of ways, but, from my end, I see a lot of things that maybe a lot of people don't see, and so I see the wide variety of types of people that actually, I should say the wide variety of lifestyles and whatnot that people come from, and so that we can all come here and get along just fine is awesome. Hey there, Francisco. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't do Instagram. Well, I here's what I think about Instagram. I understand where you're coming from, and from that, I do Instagram for the still photography. I think it's a great place to share my travel images. But I definitely do feel like there is a toxic side of Instagram that is all about that me sensibility, and that I don't try to buy into. But as a place to go and share my travel content, I do like it because it is a platform that is built around still images. And so I feel like there is a side of it. It is a lot smaller side of Instagram, but there is a small side of it that is populated by the art community and by the travel community, and is what I feel to be somewhat healthy, and not just purely about gaining attention or clout chasing, I guess. So I try to be part of that Instagram and not the other Instagram, if that makes sense. So yeah, I both agree and disagree, I would say. I think you're absolutely right, and I know what you're saying. But for I think what I do, I think it's cool because I don't even really at this point. I would like to do more participation in replying to comments and being involved in my own community and my own friends, and creators that I know on there. But other than that, I try to not involve myself in Instagram whatsoever. Well, I take that back. There are a few like music stars and things out there that that I respect that I do follow. And so that I do like the music side, but like that whole toxic just look at me and my 5,000 selfies of me being me, that I try to ignore. Thank you, Francisca. I really appreciate that. But yeah, that's why I do Instagram, though. I know a lot of you out there are right that Instagram can be a real toxic environment, and there's no way for me to argue with that. But at the same time, I just do it for the photos, and the reason I don't do Facebook as much for the photos, although I do share all of my Instagram photos over on Facebook. I found that Facebook, if you look at a lot of and again, I hate to put it like this because it seems so critical, but like if you look at a lot of the groups on Facebook, whether it's a travel group or whether it's a fine art photography group, a lot of it is just people downloading videos and photographs from Google that they've searched for, and then they share them, and then they never give credit to the artist. And so I don't like being involved in a lot of the Facebook stuff because I feel like, again, I've actually been thrown out of groups because I wanted to share my photos, and they're like, well, no, you don't share your own photos, you share other people's photos. And I said, well, that's technically copyright infringement. You're not technically allowed to share other people's work unless you're giving them specific credit for that work and linking back to their sites. And so I said, I'm not just going to come on here and share other people's work. I'm going to share my own experiences and my own travel photos. And they literally threw me out of the groups. I've been thrown out of over 20 groups for either insisting that people follow the rules and post on-topic content, or that, they not share photos that don't belong to them without properly crediting the artist. And I just felt like, that's super fair, to expect that if you're a part of a travel group, you're going to see travel photos, and then you're going to see credit to those artists that travel around creating those photos. And I thought, what's more fair than that? And I literally got thrown out of the group for saying such a thing. So that's kind of my point on Facebook. But yeah, Instagram has its own issues though too. So no worries though. I will continue to post my photos on Facebook. I just don't interact with Facebook quite as much. I again, as far as my own followers on my personal page, I am trying to get better on that. So, I'm hoping in the future to reply to people a lot more often and be a part of that community over there on Facebook a lot more often too. It's definitely the final frontier for me right now. Well, I guess it's not necessarily. A lot of the people that post other people's work on Facebook aren't necessarily artists themselves. If you go over on Facebook and a lot of the travel, especially the adventure travel or abandoned places, it's a lot of people that are just sort of looking for attention on their post. So a lot of people will post these images of these really scary looking houses, and on the image it'll say, oh, who would go here alone and spend 24 hours? And then hundreds of people will comment, oh, I would, I'd go there. Where's that at? And it's not their work, but they're just trying to, I guess in a way they're trying to engage with the community, but at the same time, it's like they're posting these photos that half of them don't know where the photos that were even taken or who took them. They're just downloading them off of Google. And then a lot of them are also fake. I see a lot of these photoshopped images sometimes of these houses on the tops of mountains, and they're like, look at this crazy abandoned mansion on the side of this cliff. And I'm going, not only is that not your work, but it's also not even real. That's not a real place. That's a fake photo. And people don't really realize it. So there's a lot of bull crap that just gets posted. So that's the irritating part. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's clickbait. It's clickbait that you don't have to click on. It's just, I guess it's clickbait in the sense of they're just trying to get likes, and it's weird because it really is the easy way to get likes. If you just post a photo and say, who would spend the night here, you're gonna almost guaranteed get hundreds of replies, and people do it every day, and it drowns out any real creators whatsoever. Not that, again, I 100% disagree with it, because again, if you were to be like, okay, well, my favorite creator went here and did this, and this is their photo, who else would do this? Then it might be somewhat healthier to do, because you're also at the same time giving credit to the people who deserve that credit, somebody was like, hey, Matt from 539 Productions, he went to this abandoned place that was really creepy. Who else would go there? That's not really that unhealthy, at least you're giving credit. But some of these people don't even, again, they not only don't know where the photos come from, but they don't really even know that half the photos are fake. I can think of one in particular, which is, it goes around thousands of times. I've seen it from so many different people, and it's literally the worst Photoshop I've ever seen. And it's a photo of Thailand, and in Thailand there's the really famous islands that are like vertical islands, and they're like mountains that slowly over time have crumbled to the point where the ocean has surrounded them, and they're like hundreds of feet tall and real thin. And people will Photoshop, or well, not, there's one particular one, it's just a house, or I think it's actually a monastery, and it's a real monastery, and it's a real mountain / island, but they've been photoshopped together to look like this gigantic mansion on the top of this island, and it's not even real. But it's probably had millions of views on Facebook, and everybody that sees it seems to think it's real for some reason, because it's just passed around these groups again and again as being legit, even though it's not. Oh, good question, Diane. I posted a couple band photos. I can't actually remember the names of the bands. The one was my friend's band. I think I talked about a story where I went down to Norfolk, Virginia, and toured one of the largest aircraft carriers in the world. It was called the USS Enterprise, much like the Star Trek series. And the person that I had visited down there actually was in that local band. It wasn't that person. That was the lead singer of the band. He was the guitar player. I don't think he sung, though, because that wasn't him. And I can't remember now. I keep thinking of another local band. The unfortunate part is I know the name in my head, but I keep thinking of another local band that came from this area known as Jettingham, or formerly known as Abraham. They if you watch American Pie 2, well, actually, if you look at American Pie 2's soundtrack, you'll see them listed, Jettingham, and they're actually a local band to my area, not my exact position in the state, but like they're local to the area. And so I always think of them, and then I always lose the name of the other local bands I'm a little bit bad on my names, unfortunately. People are becoming totally like family units, or like that sounds like it could either be a really insulting or really um really good thing. I guess it could go either way. But yeah, I've definitely have been noticing one or two things. Either people are coming together and really starting to appreciate each other, or people are just becoming horribly at odds. So I guess it makes sense either way. And so yeah, I think it's important for us all to definitely come together and realize, even when we're separated from a lot of people, that we can make the best out of this situation by coming together with the people that we are around. So, and to maybe set aside some of the petty differences that we have and try to do what we can to be friendly and have fun and make the best again out of this crazy, weird situation, you know. I have noticed a decent amount of green screen content, although I've not seen any specific travel related content. But I need to go get a refill here. I realize I'm almost out of pop here, and I have been just literally holding this glass until my hand is sweating. I might take a quick break here in a second just to give everybody a heads up, but it probably only be like a minute or two. I'm not talking like running to a gas station like in the old days. But yeah, I have noticed a decent amount of green. And I've noticed a lot of controversy about the green screens during this time too. A lot of people, not you, obviously, Francisca. I don't want to act like I'm blaming anybody here because this has nothing to do with anybody here in this chat or any of my follows whatsoever. But I've been noticing a lot of people. I've been noticing a lot of green screen conspiracies recently, like with was it Jimmy Kimmel? Which isn't really. I don't consider Jimmy Kimmel. I don't mind TV people. So I don't want to be like spreading any hate or anything like that. But at the same time, I think there is a specific line. Well, maybe not a specific. I'd say at the moment there's a pretty hard line between like a TV star that releases content on YouTube and an actual YouTuber who is there to release content specifically on YouTube and YouTube alone or other social media alone. But like I noticed with some of the late night shows that people have been saying that they're doing stuff in front of green screens even though they're not. Okay, yeah, Jade. Yeah, I agree with that too though. Yeah. I mean, I think situations like this unfortunately it is like one end of the spectrum or the other. Either we're doing something amazing together or we're just completely, at odds with each other. And yeah, I think that's a shame. You know, it's times like these that we should really go above and beyond to just, be nice, be kind, be understanding too, you know. And yeah, it's a shame that there's some people out there that aren't. But I agree with you 100%. I've seen it go both ways. But yeah, I think that's the thing is that as a world, we're still in that strange place where everything has just become so divisive. And, like I've always said on so many other live streams before, like, at the end of the day, the facts are the facts, and it doesn't matter where you stand. We're each one of us in each situation is either right or we're wrong, and we need to figure that out, and we need to be okay with that. And as one of the other things I've always said too is appreciate being wrong. There's nothing wrong with being wrong because that means that you learned something new that day. And I think there's a lot of people out there that just don't take advantage of that mindset, and a lot of people out there that say, or not say, but a lot of people out there that just get mad that they've been proven wrong, or they just can't handle it, and so they lash out at people. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that you were wrong in an argument or a certain situation, and then learning from that. Hey there, Patricia. Welcome. Good to have you. I hope you're doing well too. Thank you for joining us. I know it's late, and I originally wasn't intending on starting the live stream so late, and I thought about putting it off once again until tomorrow. But again, with all the weird things going on today, especially for me personally, I just wanted to get on and hang out for a little bit and talk it all out. Yeah. Plus, again, it's just been way too long since I've been on. I know it wasn't quite the break that we took last time, or the last few times, but I definitely didn't want that to happen again, so I wanted to get on and... Hold on, I just realized this entire time my chat's been sorted by top chat, and I always try to do the live so I don't miss people's messages, so my apologies if I've missed anybody's comments. It was set to only show me the top messages. So if you think that I'm ignoring you, I'm not. I actually just missed it. But I got it fixed just now. I don't think I actually missed anybody's messages, though. So I'm kind of hopeful, at least. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's one of those situations again. And I think life is that situation where, you know, there's nothing wrong with learning. You know, you can't just come screaming into this life knowing absolutely everything, because that's just not how life works. We're just going through a series of learning moments, and as we go, we have to build and build and build on that information. And you know, there's nothing wrong with that, and there's nothing wrong with being wrong as long as we admit that and then move forward and then try not to make that same mistake again, you know, and try and learn from those mistakes. And I think that's the one thing that we have to really learn from, as not only a nation, but as an entire planet, is that, you know, double check what you believe, you know, whatever it may be, you know, verify, you know. So many of us, and myself included sometimes, you know, we jump out there and expect that we're right. And then when it comes out that we're wrong, then all of a sudden we're embarrassed. And, you know, that's why you have to really be super vigilant about double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking, you know, as many times as it takes for you to be absolutely absolutely confident that you're right about what you're talking about, and that you're not ignoring the truth. And so again, you know, there's nothing wrong with being caught for being wrong, you know, which is so redundant to say in a lot of ways. But I mean, yeah, I mean, like I said, if you could be a person that just is thankful every time that you're wrong and that you get to learn something new, you'll continue to grow and grow and grow and be wrong less and less and less, because you won't be one of those people that just assumes that you're right. So, you know, we can all learn. Not any one of us is perfect, and yeah, just double checked what we all believe, and we'll all be a better society for it. I don't want. I hope that's not too boring. Yeah, that reminds me of that. What is it? 80% of the time, statistics are right 100%. But yeah, some people just, at the end of the day, we just, I think it's natural though, so it's not like I'm blaming anybody, but, we naturally get big heads, I think. We think we know, at least a lot of us, some of us are better at it than others, but, you know, we think we know something and we try to not let go. And sometimes it's almost ridiculous because it's some of the most silly, small things, you know. And people just have a real hard time letting go of information, even if it's bad information, you know. But I mean, that's not in any way, again, a judgment on any one of your beliefs. Like I said, whatever it may be, it's just a challenge to everybody to challenge yourself. If again, I keep saying things that are so highly redundant tonight, but there's nothing wrong with challenging and I'm not, when I say beliefs, I'm not specifically talking about like spiritual beliefs or any one thing. So please don't think I'm trying to be like anti any particular group or anything like that. I'm just talking about in life in general, not any specific one area or subject matter. So don't think I'm like, when I say, I know it's typically a lot of us when we talk about beliefs, we're instantaneously talking about like spiritual or political beliefs, and that's not at all what I'm talking about. Just in all aspects of your life, just always be challenging yourself. Just, make sure you're right. That's my one advice to everybody. Hey there, Faye. Welcome. Sorry, it took me a minute to, I should have zoomed in a little bit more, or I should have worn my glasses. But welcome to the live stream. Glad to have you here. Again, wishing the best for everybody out there, and good health and safety for everyone, and all of your families too, again. So, let me see if I have a refill around the corner. The closer and closer I get to upgrading this channel, which, again, it's not about the money, but I do have to, in order to make this channel searchable on YouTube, I do need to monetize it. In order to monetize it, I can't have a whole lot of brand names on the channel, and so the closer and closer I've been getting, I've been keeping even like any type of labels or anything off of it. So I might run around the corner here and refill my popular soda, which if they choose it someday in the future to sponsor the channel, then I may say what soda that is again. I don't think it really matters, honestly, but yeah. Oh, that's awesome, Patricia. Yeah. I don't know why. I was wondering about that the other day, what all it took to become a notary. I don't remember what it was. There was something that came up in my own life where I can't talk about that. That's personal, but they were talking about using notary as a proof of something, and I didn't think it made sense, but it was using notary as a proof of life, and I didn't, maybe you can comment on that, if that's a normal thing. But yeah, there was somebody in my own personal life that was told that they had to go to a notary and get a certain piece of paper notarized. Yeah, that's the one, Faye. You got it. You know what I'm always drinking over here. But I try to avoid the labels if at all possible. But somebody was telling me the other day that they were required to fill out a piece of paper and have it notarized to prove that they were still alive. And I thought that was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard. I don't know. Maybe that's normal, though. I don't know. I thought there was, from the particular perspective that they were coming from, I thought there were better ways to prove that as a human being you were living still. So, I don't know. But I'll leave that up to the experts. I'm certainly not an expert at that. Yeah, I've got a little green can just around the corner. But like you guys know, sometimes I'm a little bit paranoid about the labels, so often I'll just leave it out. A few times recently I've been a little bit lax on it and just decided, screw it, I'm going to bring it on anyway, and then I'll just try to hold it so that the label's not visible. But anymore, with the whole advertiser-friendly concept, I get more and more paranoid as time goes on, so I don't know. Maybe I'm going a little bit overboard on it. My favorite potion, yeah. It's my favorite potion. I just wish it was a little bit more magical. Sorry. In order to save some power on my computer, I made my preview window for my live stream real small. Do we have RC Cola? Yeah. As far as I know, I haven't had an RC Cola in like 10 years, but I know at least we used to. it's been a while since I've seen it in a store. I can't recall the last time I've ever seen it in a gas station around here. But we used to have the machines where you could just go and buy a Royal Crown. But as far as I know, they are. I just think it seems rare now, though. It's now that you say that, it's been years since I've seen one, as far as I know. Now, I haven't been on the lookout, so I probably passed by it a few times. But as far as I know, they still sell RC here. But it's one of those areas that's highly in flux. So we get things for a while, and then sometimes they just disappear altogether. And then sometimes they'll come back years and years later, or sometimes things will show up that is traditionally like a southern item. We just had some, I can't remember the name now. I'm going to be angry at myself again. But we had some really, really famous potato chips that my family and I always used to buy when we went down to Kentucky, and then they randomly came up here for like a few months, and then they disappeared altogether because there was literally only one business in the area that supplied them, and then I don't know if they didn't sell well or what happened. I suppose that's probably the answer, but they disappeared after a few months. Yeah, I got the coffee mug, so I probably should put some coffee in it. That would be smart, but it just was too easy to not throw some soda in it really quick. Yeah, kind of a similar situation with the whole pension thing, yeah. On my end. Not my end, but like I said, people on my end. But obviously, I'm not receiving any pensions. I'm not at that stage. But yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting. We have RC in Australia. Wow. I knew that Coca-Cola made its way around the world real well, but I didn't realize that RC. But I guess Royal Crown, it does sound like a sort of a British type of thing, and Australia obviously is another British colony. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know where the Royal Crown name comes from, to be honest. But I know that again, I see it around here from time to time, but I don't know a heck of a lot about the company, actually. I'm very familiar with moon pies. I see those a lot. I mean, I'm in the South a lot, too, so I should... I mean, obviously, you guys have probably seen a lot of the videos from the South, so it's not like that's a newsflash to anybody, but, you know. But we do have those up here, too. But yeah, there was some old local. I think I posted an Instagram photo recently of an old bottle I found that was actually bottled. It used to be an Indiana specific soda known as Heart Club, and I was trying to find out if anybody had ever tried it before, because I think it's completely out of business now, as far as I know. But yeah, and then there's what is it? Cheerwine, which is someone just posted it too. I've never tried Cheerwine though, but I've seen some of the weird flavors that they've had. I think they have, what is it, buffalo wing flavored soda, and I'm trying to think of some of the other stuff. There's some really strange flavors with Cheerwine. What is it? Tim Tams? I've never even heard of that before. There's some, what's the, Vegemite. It's one of those Australian things that I want to try sometime. I've heard that people either hate it or they love it. But I've heard it's like a byproduct of something else. Cheerwine is a soda brand, specific to like I think the North Carolina and Virginia area. I don't even remember seeing it a lot in Kentucky, although I may be wrong. But I think I've heard a few different North Carolina YouTubers talk about it, and I know that I've seen one of them do a taste test. I remember seeing the carpetbagger do a taste test, and if I remember correctly, his native state is North Carolina, but I don't really know again much about that company, so I don't really know if it's specific to that or not, to that area, excuse me. Virginia, okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been to Virginia. Actually, probably since the last time that I went down to Norfolk, which specifically is where I got my piercing here, was in Norfolk, Virginia during that trip, which kind of weirdly ties everything together with the band that I posted recently, because the guitar player was the one that I went to visit in Virginia, and then with my other friend that I worked with at the time, we went to the tattoo shop and got piercings, which I don't remember. I'm trying to remember if he actually got anything pierced. I want to say I got my ear pierced, or my tragus right here again, pierced, and I think he ended up deciding not to get anything pierced. I think because he saw the blood. Because for whatever reason, out of all my piercings, nothing's really bled except for right there, and then it bled all over and into my ear. So it was kind of gross, and I think it scared him a little bit. Yeah, I'll give it a try sometime. I would love to try Vegemite. I don't know much about it. But yeah, I mean, I'll try just about anything. At least once. So, and I like some strange foods. So I can't imagine that. I mean, I figure there's a few things out there that are probably really challenging for me, but I haven't found a lot yet. Cheese and Vegemite. That could be good. I don't know. I love cheese. Oh, that's beer brewing. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd try it. I'll have to maybe order some in sometime and maybe try it on one of the live streams. I think that would be fun. That might be something. But unfortunately, right now, it's even with Amazon, it's like a lot of things are. It's like a month out, even if it's Amazon Prime, just because they're specifically targeting specific products. That was a lot of specificallys. They're targeting certain products that are considered to be necessary items and then putting them to the front of the line for shipping. Peanut butter and pickles. That might be the one that challenges me too. I do like both. I've never tried them together. I had a cousin that used to say he liked peanut butter and ketchup sandwiches, but I think he might have been lying to me. Well, we were both like under 10 years old at the time, so he's probably lying to me. But we were kids. One of those foods you gotta ease yourself into. Yeah. I'll have to remember that. But yeah, maybe I'll just wait it out and I'll go on to like Amazon in the next few days and maybe get a few things like that. Maybe some like different hotter items and things that aren't normally consumed here in America or something like that, and just maybe try some things on stream aside from some of the other ideas that I've had. I don't know. I just want to make things interesting. I really am trying to be somewhat entertaining. I in no way want people to think that I'm only using this channel as a means of monetizing a second channel. I really truly did want another channel that I could do other things on, and I do feel somewhat disappointed that I haven't done as much as I'd like to by now. But maybe I think I'll probably fix the guitar here in the next few days too, and maybe I do it, like I said, have a completely working effects processor that is ready to be hooked up to my audio device and can stream guitar music, and I think it can do a limited amount of drum beats. I don't think it does much. It might just be a metronome, if it's been a while since I've gone through all the settings. I know I can do loops, but I don't know all the drum work I can do. But I might be able to at least do a light amount of music. Yeah, people do like some very interesting combos. I suppose I'm one of them. I don't have anything specifically that pops to mind, but like I like somewhat bizarre foods in general, you know, or at least out there foods, challenging foods. Like I'm a huge sushi fan. I love caviar. I love octopus. I love squid. Trying to think if there's anything else. Those aren't incredibly strange, but definitely some challenging stuff for some people at least. Fluffin' nutter. I've never heard of that either. Some cheerwine in the recycle can. Yeah, I would love to try one sometime. Yeah, I truly have been trying to make the music happen. Um, Before I go and get a refill, I will. Let's see if I can get in this drawer without damaging these plants. I've been rearranging the plants, and I've got the my big philodendron, which is right here, way too close to my drawer, so it's hard to open. But so these are all random notepads and things that I've picked up on my travels, and I've been writing songs. I have tons and tons of songs that I've been writing over the last year or so, either on my travels or just on the paper. This is a Quality Inn. I don't think I've stayed at a Quality Inn in a long time, though. But I've been writing and writing and writing, and I've got so many different. I've probably got 15 or 20 songs that are either finished or partially finished, and so I've been working on that album that I've been talking about forever, and so I just wanted to pull it out as proof that I really have been working. These are legitimate words that are written down that are songs that I intend to complete and release on one of the upcoming albums. And so when I say that I'm working on music and songs in the background, I really am. Like I do promise these are all my personal writings that I've been doing again for the last few years. Whether again it's been on the road while I was traveling or once I got home. But I've got tons of material to work with and finish here. So at some point it will happen. Thank you, Francisca. Yeah, I've been trying to take good care of them recently. I've been, studying all of them for as long as I can and trying to keep myself refreshed and find new tips, and been doing a pretty hardcore feeding schedule on all of them to make sure they're fertilized and happy. And I've been making a lot of clones of the philodendrons and the pothos. I've got a few silver pothos clones here and some yellow philodendron clones. And then I have, I don't remember what this variety of philodendron is, but I have that one clone. I think that one's a yellow there. And then I have the neon philodendron that I've cloned several times here. And I think I managed to accidentally develop a new sub-variety of them that's almost kind of vaguely transparent and greenish. And so I'm hoping to keep that going. That's one of these here. I've never seen one before, and it slowly developed over the years in my water container, my huge water rooting station that I've since gotten rid of because it just was getting nasty looking, and so I cleaned it and stopped using it as a rooting station. It just didn't work as well as I liked. Sorry, I think I'm missing comments. Let me catch up here. Say, oh yeah, octopus. Yeah, that's one. And you got to find a place where it's cooked right too. Sometimes if it's really rubbery, it just is some place that's left it out for too long too. I've had some really good octopus and really bad octopus. Squid, the same way. Sometimes it's kind of gross, and then sometimes it's really, really good. Marshmallow fluff. I've had marshmallow fluff before. That's pretty good. Although I think it's just like maple syrup. There is real marshmallow, and I haven't found real marshmallow in the U.S. ever. It's always puffed sugar, which I'm not sure technically if, even though marshmallow is named after a plant, I don't really know. I'm not sure of the amount of it that was ever used in making real marshmallows. It might have been like an ingredient. I don't really know. I have to look up the history of that. But I would like to try real marshmallow from Egypt if I get the chance, and if that was ever a real ingredient in what we consider marshmallow over here. Yeah, I've heard of the peanuts and Coke. That was something that I've heard family members talk about. I think I've tried it before, but it never was a thing for me growing up. But I always remembered people telling stories about it. And then I think the further south you get, like the boiled peanuts are very popular. I always see like randomly like Adam the Woo buying the boiled peanuts in places. And I never knew about that either. And then way out west, the further I got west during my California trip, the more jerky businesses I saw. There's a lot of random jerky stands in the middle of the desert. I mean in the middle of nothing. Like you'll be going down a road and there's not a house in sight, and there'll be this little tiny shack on the corner of two desert roads, and it's a jerky business. I've never seen so many crazy jerky businesses in my life, and never even really knew it existed until I went out west. But I think Utah, Nevada, some parts of California, it was just tons and tons of little small, smaller than even a gas station, just little jerky stands. Yeah, I'd love to taste some real marshmallow again. Yeah, I think that'd be interesting. Maybe it might be something I have to order in. Jerky is very good. It is a great food. I don't have it often, but when I do, it is enjoyable. But yeah, just the number of the sheer number of them out west was just interesting to me for sure. Boiled peanuts in can, that somehow doesn't sound quite as good as getting them fresh at a business, but that is interesting. I'm trying to remember if I've seen anything like that at the groceries. I probably just wasn't looking for it and missed it, but yeah, that'd be something to try maybe. I think it sounds more appetizing warm and fresh. I'm sure that's probably the same with almost every food out there though. Sweet Baby Ray. I think I have that barbecue sauce. I don't have the jerky. But I know I've had a bottle of the barbecue sauce before. I might still have some left. As far as I know, with the boiled peanuts, you just eat them alone. Um, it's like a street food. I'm sure there are recipes that call for it, but specifically what I'm talking about is just like a street food, like just sort of like the jerky stands. You just go up and buy a cup of boiled peanuts. I don't know if sometimes they have different flavors, or I'm always afraid I'm gonna knock one of these plants over. I need to hold on. All right, there we go. That's a little bit better. But yeah, just a sole ingredient in what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think sort of in the lower southern states is where I've seen people try it the most. Like I said, personally, I've never run into the boiled peanuts, but I think it's like if I'm correct, I may be completely wrong, and correct me if I am wrong because I'm not claiming to be correct about this, but as far as I remember, I thought it was like your upper panhandle of like Florida, Louisiana, maybe parts of Alabama, certain parts of Texas. I think those are the big boiled peanut states, as far as I know. And that, again, I may be completely wrong in that. I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm still being slightly paranoid and checking to make sure that no one's been messing with any of my accounts or anything. All right, we're good. Yeah, it's like it reminds me a lot of kettle corn. It's a lot of times it's in the ones I've seen have been in the huge vats, and they're like have them giant wooden spoons that are, and then I want to say by the time they're served, some of them don't have shells, but they're boiled in the shells. I don't know what process you go through to get all those unshelled, but I've seen a few that looked like they didn't have shells when they came out. So I don't know if there's like if they come apart when they're being stirred or what. Yeah, I think we have some weird. I suppose anywhere you go, you can find some strange food, but we definitely have some weird ones here in the U.S. too, and very regional too. I mean, we are fairly big, so it makes sense. I mean, the U.S. is one country, but it's essentially 50 different small countries in one. I mean, there's very much different um, culture in every single state. I wouldn't say that any state is like the next, and especially when you go to the different ends, like um, entering like California or Utah or Nevada is like entering a completely different country from like anything in the Midwest for sure. Um, we're definitely, like I said, just like 50 small countries just sort of piled into one. Oh, sorry about the lagging. Yeah, nothing I can do about it right now, but hopefully it gets better. Um, the VPN wouldn't probably fix my particular situation. Uh, typically, I'm targeted as a creator. A lot of these people are looking to take advantage of creators that don't know what's a legitimate and non-legitimate offer for like sponsorship or whatever. Fortunately, I've had enough experience with sponsors in the past where, I at least know what to look for. I haven't had a whole lot of sponsors, but I definitely have been in contact with enough people and had at least a few experiences to know what it looks like to be properly sponsored or properly approached for a corporate type deal. So unfortunately, yeah, in my situation, it wouldn't solve anything because they would just continue to target my specific accounts. But it does help in a lot of situations. been both North and South Carolina and had a lot of fun in both. I did some business not too many years ago in I think both North and South Carolina. I was doing property photography at different apartment complexes and all kinds of different properties around there. Yeah, unfortunately, it may be somewhat of a, I don't know. It might be a local problem too. Like I said, with the streaming, sometimes it's on my end, sometimes it's on the local ends too. It's kind of a complex situation where it could be traffic spikes in your local area, or it could be traffic spikes in my local area, or it could be specific settings that I have on the live stream. So it's kind of hard to tell. Right now, everything's lighting up green for me. My bit rate's lighting up as being perfect right now, and as far as I know, the YouTube end is catching it just fine. It kind of hates it, but it kind of doesn't. I can't tell. All of that will be improved here over the next few weeks, though. I'm going to be doing a lot on that end, too, as well as redoing a lot of my graphics and other things for the 539 channel. I've wanted to kind of take advantage of this time to tweak a few things and upgrade a few things on both channels. So I'll definitely be doing some things to hopefully improve that here in the near future. But yeah, I can never be 100% on it because you never can tell what's going to be going on locally in my area or in all of your areas. Obviously, sometimes it's a situation where it is local to me, but it's like not my specific settings. It's like my, my internet service provider. Maybe there's a lot of people using my local internet, and so it slows down the transmission. So yeah, there's a lot of different factors, but I definitely have that in mind, and I'm going to be working on as much as I personally can from my end. So hopefully we'll see some improvements on that end in the next few weeks too. So yeah, again though, my apologies. Yeah, it depends. Usually it's very local. A lot of internet traffic is broken down into nodes, where it's like you might purchase a certain megabit speed, but unknowingly you're technically sharing that speed with maybe 5 to 10 other customers in that area. And so that's why if you look at your contracts and your internet service provider, they'll say, a maximum of 100 megabits up and down, but they'll say specifically that they do not guarantee those speeds. And that's because a lot of times, even though they're offering you a maximum of, say, 100 or 50 or 25 or whatever your local internet speed might be, technically you're sharing that bandwidth with maybe 5 or 10 other houses in your area. And so during heavy traffic areas, you're not technically guaranteed that full speed. And so if 3 or 4 other people in my area decided to suddenly come on, you could absolutely see buffering start to happen on the live stream. Now there are ways to get around that by either purchasing a higher speed or by purchasing a more private type of connection, which can sometimes be incredibly expensive. Things like T1s or T3 lines, where you're paying like $1,000 a month to have a completely private bandwidth between you and the internet company and not sharing that. So that's kind of the dirty little secret of a lot of at least American internet companies, is that often your internet speed is shared. So even though you might have that really sweet gigabyte internet that is super fast, it can come to a grinding halt at any moment if enough people come on and overwhelm it. So that's the unfortunate part. Hopefully we don't have any cat problems, but you never know. But yeah, hopefully I'll be upgrading. I might be upgrading the internet again here soon. Who knows? We'll see. But I probably won't be upgrading to a T1 or a T3 at any point here in the near future, unless I start more of a bigger production company here, which I would love to do. But at this point, I can't really justify dropping that much money on an internet connection. So we'll just have to deal with it here for a little while, and then I'll make incremental upgrades that hopefully over a period of time bring us a lot higher quality. So I've got tons and tons of ideas. It's just I have to wait on some of them because some of them make more sense to happen in the long run, because I just don't have the audience for certain types of content right now. Sort of like the music. It's one of those things. It's like, if I had 10,000 people, instantaneously that decided to come over from 539 and invest all their time in wanting that music content, then it might be easier for me to do that because it would be an instantaneous change in the channels and their content. So, but at the same time, I'm also working on the writing side of it. So it kind of, you could see it from both ends, I guess. But, yeah, sometimes it's just sort of audience specific. It's like, I like things, but with the way that YouTube works right now, I can't necessarily do some things that I like at the expense of the channels. So that's the unfortunate part. It's like I got to worry about the health of the channels too. And it's like if I suddenly release brand new content that I don't really know how well it's going to do, it can have some damaging effects on the channels. So not necessarily music, though. I guess I'll take that back, because music's so popular on YouTube, period, that I probably wouldn't have much of an issue with music at all. But that is the reasoning with some of it. Sorry, I think I'm blocking like my face with the microphone. I didn't realize because my preview window was so small, so I apologize. But yeah, we'll be doing a lot of new things here over the next few weeks, hopefully, and maybe the next few months. Like I said, it's just the music's just always been a work in process, so in progress, not process. But yeah. All right, what time is it? 2:45. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break here. I gotta get a refill, or I'm gonna have like dry mouth from just talking constantly, and that always ends up really poorly. So I'm gonna go get a quick refill. Like I said, I think I have a pop just right around the corner. So I don't think I'm gonna be gone more than a minute here. But if not, I'll be back within a few minutes, because I'm just gonna run and grab a new one. But hold on just a moment here. I'm not even going to put it to the other screen. I'm just going to run around the corner and try to get a refill, and then run out the door if I have to go grab a new one. Hold on, I'm going to catch up on comments real quick, though. Thank you, Francisca. Oh, that's awesome. You adopted one of them. That's cool. Yeah, I got to have a lot of respect for that. I mean, obviously, I have a mad amount of respect for, animal owners and animal caretakers in general. I know it's been a while since I've had a pet, but I know as a society we're kind of moving away from that owner mentality and moving more towards that caretaker end of things, and I think that's kind of good too. But yeah, but I've also got to have a heck of a lot of respect for the people who rescue animals and rescue older animals. That's really cool too. All right, right back. Alright, I managed to find a water I could tear the label off of too. That way I have backups. And there was like about a quarter of, not that it matters. I don't know why anybody would care, but there was like a quarter of a can of soda left too. Yeah. Alright, enough about soda. Thank you, Faye. I appreciate that. Again, yeah, I'm going to be trying to, okay, so yeah, a little bit of a rundown. Again, brand new episode out tomorrow. Another one planned for Tuesday, and then I'm going to try and do the catch up because I know that we've had less videos recently, but I have enough in the works that we should be able to catch up. That's my plan. I'm hoping maybe to do Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. That's if everything goes correctly. So, and then hopefully it just can keep going until I can finally get back out on the road again. So yeah, hopefully this will be the week of catch up. Again, it's like on top of all the editing, I'm also having to go through every old video. Like I've literally gone through hundreds of videos just searching and searching and searching, and then I'm having to kind of curate that into each little category. And then sometimes there's a single episode, but it'll have like 2 or 3 different categories it could fit into. And so it's like I have to keep that in mind, that I have to go back through like the mausoleum stuff to find some of the followed things. And then I have also, I'm going to do all the strangest things we've ever found on the channel. I'm going to collect that into a collection too. I don't know what it is with me and the redundancy tonight. I keep saying so many words so many times. But I'm going to be doing that as an episode coming up here too. So sometimes it's, like I said, 2 or 3 different categories that I have to split each video into and then edit all that together. So it is taking a little bit extra time on top of just being a somewhat stressful situation, obviously, of all the people in the world. You know, I'm definitely one of the few that has probably the least amount of stress during this time, just because I've had the ability to just stay home and do absolutely nothing if that's, you know, what I need to do. But at the same time, it does take a little bit of extra time to do stuff like this, in the sense that I have to go back and go through all the catalogs that I have, all the backups, like I said, about 8 terabytes worth of not only backed up videos, but also backed up images and every other important thing that I've had. I'm definitely a collector and a saver, and I have almost my entire digital history for the last 15 years saved on all these backups, and that's why I'm able to pull up all of my old work, like the rock and roll photography and all the old episodes, and I don't get rid of anything. So, and unfortunately, even though that's a good thing, it also takes me a lot of time to go through all that. But it is providing content, so I can't complain too much. Yeah, again, yeah. The rescue stuff is amazing. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely. If you have the ability to, if you're one of those people and you can handle that responsibility and you think about it, maybe instead of getting something new, get a rescue. There's a lot of animals out there that need a home, that don't have a home. And, as great as young animals and puppies and kittens and all that can be, there's also a huge population of amazing animals that are older that need those homes too. And every time somebody goes out there and gets something, newborn or near newborn, obviously you can't just go out and buy a newborn puppy, and that's kind of illegal. But yeah, I mean, it really kind of. Oh, no, excuse me. I back that up. Every time you do that, it takes a home away from an older animal too. So, if you're really into getting that puppy, maybe pick up that puppy, and maybe it's not that much more work, and just pick up a rescue too, because they need homes too. But yeah, animals are cool, and they've made a lot of great companions, depending on what the animal is. Don't go buy tigers; those are bad. I've been watching that series too, the Tiger King. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, I've had a few friends that have done the rescues. A few blind animals, a few deaf animals, things like that. Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of getting the older animals. You don't have to, a lot of times, you don't have to house train them either. So there's a lot of benefits to getting the older animals. It can be a lot less stress. You get these, obviously each animal can come with their own individual issues from whatever type of home or non-home that they've been in the past. But there's also a lot of areas that it's just going to be inherently easier. So if you're looking for a companion, but you don't want to deal with, all the cleanup that comes with younger animals, then maybe think about getting a little bit older one. It doesn't have to be super old, but I mean, a few years old, and you don't have to deal with a lot of the baby issues. Yeah. And weirdly, that has a lot of the tiger stuff has a lot of local impact for me. We actually, not too far away, it was far enough away that we never really had to worry about it a lot. But one of the Ohio people that had a bunch of tigers wasn't too far away from here, and I can't remember the exact situation, but whatever the case was, instead of giving them to the authorities when the time came, he released them all into the wild of the United States. And so they had to go around and collect, and a lot of times not the nice way of collecting, all these endangered, amazing animals that should never be in the hands of private owners. A lot of times they had to eliminate these animals, and so that's the unfortunate part of that. And also it obviously put a lot of people in danger. If you would never probably assume you'd be walking down the street in Ohio and run into a gigantic, 400 or 500 pound tiger, but then again, or maybe not that big. But I mean, you would never expect that. So, yeah, and that wasn't too far away from me. I think if I remember, I got an alert at one point for that because they were like, look, it's probably not going to hit your area, but be on the lookout just in case. But nothing ever happened here, so that is one good thing. But yeah, not too far away, they literally had to go around the town looking for these wild animals. So, pretty weird. Oh, a lot of them we're not allowed to either. We just randomly find people that are like, oh yeah, I have 20 tigers in my backyard and I never told anybody. I don't think it was ever actually legal in Ohio. If I remember correctly, obviously I don't know much about the specific situation, but if I remember correctly, he wasn't really supposed to have them either. But some people just sneak them. I've known, I don't know anybody currently, and that's 100% true. I'm not trying to cover up anything, but I have known, I don't know if it was technically, I don't know what the laws were in that area, but I know somebody a long time ago that had it was an alligator. And I don't remember what he ended up doing with it, or if it survived, but it probably wasn't the smartest thing, considering how big that they can get. But I don't remember hearing what happened to it. But I'm sure he doesn't have it anymore because I'm sure it got too big to handle. But I remember seeing it one time, and it was kind of a crazy thing. Not something that you expect somebody to have. But I think they had an entire outdoor shed just dedicated to the one little baby alligator. But again, that baby alligator in a few years turns into something massive and dangerous, and then we get the reports of, like I said, I don't think he did it, but you hear the reports of people releasing them in different ways and having terrible consequences because of it, both personal and to the community abroad, or at large, I guess. But yeah, I'm definitely on that end of the spectrum where I think people should probably not own animals like that. I know it's one of those things that just seems cool, and a lot of people want to give it a shot, and it's a huge business, but I just don't think it's healthy. Yeah, it's stuff like that that confuses me too. Cause even like with I understand like, I guess if that's your job, then you probably do want some form of protection. But like, number one, if that's what you're doing to begin with, why further complicate your legal issues? And then on top of that, wouldn't a big dog do better than a crocodile? Like, you could think of the scare factor, but I'd much rather have a massive like Rottweiler or something at my gate than just to have an alligator. Like, I just feel like for the legal issues that you're going to put on top of yourself, on top of already doing something that could give you some legal issues, maybe don't choose the wild animal like that. It just seems kind of weird, especially when there's so many great, guard animals that are legal. So, but I mean, I guess, people are people, like I always say. So you never really know. Yeah, we have tons of the garter snakes around here. I've never heard of anybody keeping them as pets, although I'm sure that it happens all the time. But um, yeah, I see them all the time though, outside. Yeah, I don't know how that works with alligators. I'm sure it can't be fun to clean up. Yeah, I can imagine that geese wouldn't be, as weird as it sounds, wouldn't be the worst because, I mean, they certainly are mean little creatures, especially if they have the young ones with them. They will hiss at you and chase you and all kinds of stuff. I usually try to give a little bit of a distance for the geese. For sure, yeah. People want something that's unique and cool, but I feel like there's a lot of legal stuff that you can get. There are some legal exotic animals out there. You know, we have some exotic um, pet distribution business. I don't know what you really call them, but we have some places like that around here that just they sell. What's the I can't remember it now. It's not a monkey, but it's a sugar gliders. Sugar gliders, certain species of foxes are illegal. Like your certain species of like kangaroo even are illegal. Peacocks are illegal. There's all kinds of exotic pets that you can legally own that have that cool factor to them that don't necessarily get you in all kinds of problems or trouble. So, but yeah, I think you're 100% right. It is, you know, it's one of those things. It's just cool, or at least assumed to be cool. But I think it's one of those things that becomes less and less over the years because, again, these things get more and more troublesome and larger. So. Goats are actually big business around here. Uh, there's a lot of businesses that rent goats for the highways. Like I'll be driving down the road and just see the goats on the side of the highway, and they use them instead of hiring landscaping companies. They'll just release the goats over like a period of a few days and let them eat all the grass. I don't know if what we have is technically. I think it's a hybrid. Um, we have they're called Texas Wallabies, and I think they are technically a sterile hybrid of like, I don't even know if they're really a wallaby. I know they're like they might be a hybrid between, I don't even know if it's, well, some almond mills I know, you can make hybrids, but then they're sterile, like mules. Like a mule will never reproduce more mules. You have to have a horse and a donkey. So like I think if I remember correctly, that like Texas wallabies are like a mix between a wallaby and a jackrabbit. And we're allowed to own those, but you couldn't just go and outright own like a kangaroo though. I don't think. But again, I've never looked into that. Hey there, Matthew Fox. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you, despite being a super late stream. Again, I'm hoping to do some earlier streams. I would love to do a morning stream sometime, but I don't think I've ever done a morning stream other than staying up all night long. But yeah, I guess if that's something you'd want to do and get into that exotic pet culture or whatever you want to call it, there are some legal and safer avenues for doing it. I mean, if that's what you want. No worries, man. We actually started pretty late. I don't think I started until midnight. But yeah, most of them I see around here are foxes. I randomly saw one the other day. I was looking for potential locations to go and film, and I ran into an Arctic fox distributor. But they were listed as a business, so I would at least assume that it's legal. If not, it seems like they're putting themselves out there a lot more than maybe they should. But I'm almost positive it is. I see a decent amount of legal fox ownership, although I've never personally met anybody that does it, or that owns one, I should say. No worries. No worries. Hopefully we'll be doing a lot more streams here. Just trying to balance live streaming and not going absolutely insane being stuck here. I feel it's like I go to live stream or I think about live streaming and then I just think to myself, maybe I should I always feel like I should be doing something on like 539 or like editing or something, and so I always kind of feel bad. That's kind of what it has come down to lately. It's like I think to myself about doing a live stream, and then I think to myself about all the editing that I need to do for the upcoming episodes and keeping things going on 539, and then it sort of gets me into that mindset where it's like, should I really even bother? But I should. I really should, and it's important that I do. I think it's a great outlet and a great channel, and I like this channel despite the fact that I don't do as much on it. Well, I can understand why farmers wouldn't care for the foxes. I'm sure that farmers have lost a lot of money from foxes. But yeah, I guess it just depends on your situation. But yeah, no, that definitely didn't offend me. But yeah, I can see that. Thanks for joining us, Jade. Appreciate you being here. You have a good night. Make sure to stay safe out there. I don't think anybody's worried about the Matthew type of fox, though. Maybe the Michael. But, yeah, it is getting pretty late. I don't know. I'll probably stay on for a little while longer, I mean. I don't know. I haven't really decided. I didn't come on with a plan again. Another thing I keep apologizing for. I really have tried to come up with more stuff. And either, like I said, I come up with the computer issues that prevent certain things, or internet issues, or all kinds of stuff. I don't know. But I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to keep attempting to come up with more ideas to bring to the second channel. And like I said, hopefully in the meantime, I might maybe just come up with some full episodes instead of just doing the streaming. I know I've been on, I don't even know now, probably like a year or more of only live streams, I think. And I keep saying I'm going to go back to the regular episodes, but I still haven't really done it. And I think some of it's just frustration over YouTube in general and some of the issues that I've been having on the main channel. And it's like, it kind of feels like it sometimes that, like, again, why put so much effort into the second channel when I'm having so many weird issues with, like, the primary channel? And so it's sort of a weird back and forth that I've been going through for a while. So it's not like I'm necessarily intending to never do it, but it's like when the time finally comes, it seems like it's always the wrong time. It's like I finally get around to it, and then it's like, well, if I do it now, it's just going to be a failure because of whatever specific issues going on at the time, whether it's the notifications or travel issues or whatever it might be. But yeah, we will definitely do the music. I actually was trying to start my SoundCloud account the other day, and I kept having issues because I wanted to have a place when I do start doing the music where I can release audio only. And so I wanted to get the SoundCloud up and running so that I could release the album and then find some way to incorporate it, either, I don't know if it's music videos or live performances or what it might be, but I was trying to at least have some place where people don't have to go and watch something, where they can listen only if they feel like that's what they want to do. So no worries, Molly. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Have a great night. And again, yeah, everybody out there, stay safe and stay healthy. And definitely wish the best for everybody out there. Thanks, Diane. Yeah, I enjoyed it too. It's just that one thing as a creator that I can pass along as being 100% legitimate and true is this idea of imposter syndrome, it's called, where you've been creating for years and years and years, and you just feel like you don't really belong to the group, or you're not doing something that's truly entertaining, or that is maybe not deserving of an audience. And it's something that most YouTubers struggle with on probably a daily basis a lot of times. And it's definitely something that I've struggled with too. Sometimes you just create content and put it out there, and you go back and you look at it, and I might just think, it's not bad, but it's not my best, and should it really even be there? And even though I know there's a lot of people out there that still like what I'm doing, it is something that is a struggle for creators, to fit into that community and be a what you consider yourself to be a respected creator, no matter whether you are or whether you aren't. Yeah, it's a real struggle. There are a lot of weirdly, it sounds so entitled in a lot of ways to say that, but I mean, there are so many issues that YouTubers have to deal with on a mental level. It's kind of weird. There's a YouTuber burnout, and creator burnout is a real thing, and the imposter syndrome is a real thing, and so it can be rough sometimes, just to make that one small little change, or add that little bit of new content, or even just to come on and do stuff like that, like this, because, it's like a lot of my first thoughts are, I'm just going on to talk, or I have nothing really to talk about. I'm just going on to hang out, and even though there are some people out there that really enjoy it and love the streams, it sometimes can be one of those things where, I look at it and I do have some doubts, but sometimes it's just a feeling, and it's something, myself and other artists need to get over and move forward and do what people, like, and realize that it's okay to not have every single time be the absolute best, and just to know that people enjoy watching, I love the mountains. I always enjoy visiting different mountain ranges, and always enjoyed staying in the mountains. Yeah. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah. Hopefully, we'll be getting back out on the road and doing some traveling to some of the more mountainous regions here soon. I would love for that to still happen this year, but somewhat I still have my doubts. Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And the funny part is it's very easy for, as a YouTuber, I can look at a lot of my friends, because my friends being creators too have the same issues. And I remember not necessarily getting in arguments with people, but, people telling me the same thing, and, me looking at them and saying, look, if I were to look at you and compare your channel and my channel, I would say that, you're better than me, and why are you having doubts about your content? There's been some people I've literally said that to. It's like, they'll come to me and they'll be like, well, I just don't know if I have what it takes. I'm like, you do everything better than what I do. Why would you ever be worried about it? Like, your talent is so much more than mine. But I mean, it's like, it's something that we all suffer from, I think, especially after a while, Again, it's just one of those weird things. I feel like if you know, and if you're a creator, you kind of understand it. But it's something that I think almost every creator goes through. It's just at a certain point, you're going to doubt, your ability to do it and whether or not you deserve to be there. Even though, again, there's a lot of great people out there that do deserve to be there but still suffer from it. For sure, yeah, it's just one of those things where I think you're always your harshest critic. I'm always going to be harder on myself. I don't even just worry about episodes. I'll worry about 2 to 3 seconds of a video. Should I shorten this clip by 2 seconds because it's going to be 2 seconds too boring and everybody's going to click off? And so, I mean, it's a great way to think about it because it keeps your editing skills really good, but at the same time, it's like you're worrying not just about even a single episode, you're worrying about each individual little part. And okay, are they going to click off here? Are they going to click off here? Are they going to click off here? Is it getting too boring here? Do I need to shorten this up? Is it too short? Did I not show this one interesting part long enough? I mean, there's so many questions that's just sort of run through your head as you're going through that process, and it's difficult sometimes, especially when you're on YouTube, because we're, as creators on YouTube, a lot of time we're pushing out that content one after the next, after the next, after the next, whereas a lot of these like Hollywood directors and producers here, they're having years and years to sort of perfect these amazing productions. And I think that's a lot of the difference and why sometimes YouTubers don't quite get the respect that they're owed by the community at large, the creator community like Hollywood and whatnot, is because, we're pushing out 2 to 3 videos a week, and it makes sense for a lot of those people why it wouldn't, it's really, really good, but at the same time, if they were to take 2 years to create that same thing, of course it would be just slightly better. Maybe it'd be a lot more amazing, but at the same time, if I could say one thing for my community is that we really push out the content, and whether it's daily content or weekly content, no one, if you were to think of a TV show in the terms of a weekly TV show, that was filmed an entire year before they even started to release a single episode, and it's like we're creating editing, submitting, all within that little bit of time. So it is one of those things where I do try to give myself some credit. It's like, yeah, if I had 2 years to create a movie, maybe I would create something that much more amazing. And I'd love to try that sometime. But so on that end of things, I do give myself a lot of credit. Yeah, I agree, Matthew. And jewelry making takes a lot of talent too. I've known some people that made different types of jewelry, and it's hard. Yeah, you never can try to please everybody. If you try to please everybody, you'll only just make yourself miserable. Is what it comes down to. You just got to do your best, and whoever finds you, and whoever enjoys it, enjoys it. It's one of the reasons I just don't get myself involved in any drama. Cause it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, hate me or like me, one way or the other. Just, I'm not going to deal with arguing with anybody about what's good and what's not good, and, what I want to do and what I don't want to do, you know. I might not be reading that correctly, Patricia. I apologize. Um, if you're talking about how many instances of like feeling doubt, I would say probably on a daily basis. I would say it's probably the same for every YouTuber. If that's not what you're meaning, you feel free to correct me on that, and I'll try and answer a little bit better. But to maybe go into that a little bit more, yeah, I mean, I've never heard of one YouTuber ever that. I mean, that's why I'm calling them the terms that I'm calling them, is because like it's just it's a community thing, YouTuber burnout and imposter syndrome, and not just a YouTube thing. It's a creator thing in general. I think it goes all the way up to the top, just like Hollywood. I think there's a lot of people in Hollywood who look at other directors or producers and might be like, okay, well, that's the top of the top. How can I ever be that good? And that is also, I feel like, a trap too. You should never try and compare yourself. There's one thing to look at people and try to learn from other people and try to improve your own skills, but at the same time, if you're always looking at somebody and saying, I can never achieve that, well, of course you can, because that's someone else's work. That's someone else's creativity. And if you copy that, or you're trying to exactly mimic that, then it's not your own creative work anyway. So there's obviously you're never gonna be that person that you're envying, but you can try to be the best that you possibly can be and continue to try and improve on a daily basis, and you will eventually you'll never be them, but you will be at their level. Everybody has a different style, and I think a lot of times we look at style and we see something completely different, which is we see that we're somehow inadequate, and really it's just we're different, and there's nothing necessarily bad about that. You can have different but equal. Awesome. That's good, Patricia. I'm glad. Thank you, Francisca. I really appreciate that. And hopefully I'm going to be getting some, going to be trying to, like I said, do some upgrades here. Hopefully even upgrading a lot of my software so that I can do more. Definitely transitioning this year into some more complicated editing software and all kinds of different things, as well as maybe upgrading the titles and different credits and everything again, so that it's looking at least as professional as it can with the equipment that I currently have. And then hopefully towards the end of the year, I'm going to be upgrading everything to 4K so that I can keep up with the times and clearly, even though a lot of people still just do 1080p, I think it's fairly clear that the YouTube algorithm will promote 4K content over 1080p content, so it also would give me a slight advantage when it comes to the algorithm too. So I am hoping to do that as well. But it is something, like I said, that I'm always thinking about. I'm always trying to do something better. I can't just stay stagnant for sure. Like if I were just to do the same editing strategy for the next 10 years, it would just drive me nuts. I never could do that. So yeah, but what I meant, like I said, by all that is that this year is definitely going to be the year that I make a lot of those upgrades that need to happen, that I feel like will vastly improve the quality. Because I feel like I've finally come to that point where I've hit the limit of my technology. Everything that I can do with the cameras and the software that I have right now, almost everything I already do in terms of making videos better, whether it's sound editing, whether it's the video side of it, and being able to make interesting and continuous productions that make sense on a timeline, as well as being something that captures the audience and keeps them there and entertains them and looks good and is properly balanced and flows from one segment to the other without pulling the audience out of that production and back into the reality of, oh, there was a cut there or whatever. I feel like I've come to the limit of my technology, and that the next logical step for me is to upgrade my technology and do something that challenges me more, so that I can be more creative, because a lot of the stuff I already know how to do. I just have either software or hardware that maybe isn't currently capable of doing that. It's like the 4K. Like my cameras are amazing cameras, and some of them are nearly brand new, but at the same time, only the GoPro can do 4K, and it doesn't do 4K very well. So I feel like on that end, I would like to upgrade that. And then some of my editing software, I feel like it's like there are certain types of cuts and transitions and titles and things like that could be so much better and look so much better, that the only logical step forward from here is to upgrade that instead of continuing on as I already do. So that's the idea. But yeah, I mean, that'll come here over the next few months, and it probably would have already happened. I had so many things that were already supposed to happen. I was making plans with everybody for travels again, whether it was Cryptid Hunter, now Seeking Legends, Xavier that I worked with in Nevada, or Ryan from RJ32, even Big Steve and everybody I've really been trying to plan out something with for this year, and then it just all fell apart. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. I don't know when things are going to pick up again, but I've got tons and tons of plans, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's kind of why things are a little bit more on hold, because it's like, why spend all this money upgrading when I'm just going to be re-editing already edited videos, So kind of sucks on that end of things, but I mean, there's nothing I can do about it right now except write it out and then move forward as quickly as possible when I'm allowed to and safely able to get on the road again. So, it's what I got to do at this point. It's just like the tattoos. Like, I was planning on dropping a ton of money on going and getting a lot more ink done and getting some things corrected and getting a few things added to different work that I had, and then now it's completely irresponsible to go and have someone shove a bunch of needles in me during this time. So it's just not realistic and probably won't happen until either really late this year or maybe not for the next few years. I don't know. But like I would have already had almost a quarter sleeve done. I would have had a bunch more shading done on this end. I was planning on adding I don't know if anybody remembers the American Idiot album, but on the album, the heart-shaped grenade actually had wings, and I was going to get the wings wrapping around my arm and add that and start working on tattoos in other areas of my body that maybe weren't as visible or just different areas in general. And I had feet tattoos designed. I had some thoughts on leg tattoos, and I was going to go get my nose re-pierced, and like I can't even begin to count all the things I put on hold, which are unfortunate. Yeah, I'd love to get out and do some. I've been wanting to do some different locations, actually, submissions, you know. It just depends on the location, but yeah. Hopefully, maybe after all this is over, I'll be able to go out to some of these areas that people have suggested and get some of it filmed finally. It's like now I can't even ask anybody because it's like, I can't go anyway. So, yeah, I would love to take a lot of your suggestions. Right now, I have well over 100 locations. I probably have going on 200 locations marked out on the map in anywhere from Maine to Southern California, Canada. I think I even have a few locations marked out in Mexico, and it's like, who knows when any of that's going to happen. I was going to get my passport this year too. That was the other plan. Get my passport, be able to go back to Canada finally after all these years and travel around there again. Maybe go to a few countries that I never been to before. I was going to try and do some different awesome road trip videos. And yeah. But I mean, it'll happen. I'm not like complaining, but it definitely is on hold, but it will happen. Yeah, I think I think it'll look cool. I'd love to see what it'd look like. That'd be nice. I even know that I have a great artist, the one that did my palm. He's an amazing artist that knows, more about tattooing than any other artist that I've ever worked with in my life, and including fixing my palm tattoo that was done by someone else who was a great tattoo artist. They just were not. Excuse me. Yeah, they just weren't very skilled in palm tattoos because it's a completely different world. You can't tattoo somebody's palm the same way you tattoo their arm. It just doesn't work. Australia, oh yeah, I love Australia. I've been obsessed with Australia since I was in elementary school. I've always studied it, whether it's the animals or the different, I almost said wildlife areas, but that would be the same thing. But like your parks or whatever. There's so many things in Australia that I've wanted to go and see. Which I think some of it's off limits now. I think was it Ayers Rock or whatever that's off limits now? You can't actually, either you can't touch it or you can't go to a certain distance, which I understand the logic behind that, so I would respect that, but it kind of sucks because I always wanted to go down there and see some of that stuff and maybe climb it, but I don't think you can legally climb it anymore if I remember correctly. That's very good. Yeah, I completely forgot there for a minute that you guys have had so many issues with the wildfires here this year, and terrible, devastating effects. And again, like anybody out there that has the ability to donate to any of the Australian fire funds out there, make sure to do so, because they truly need, to this day, help recovering a lot of these places, areas, and businesses too. That, um, wildlife organizations, things like that, who have probably come close to going bankrupt trying to help. And so I think it's important to reach out, especially, those of us around the world that, appreciate these other areas in the world that are beautiful, wild areas that have been affected by, all these tragedies, just like people around the world happily donated to, the U.S. during, different wildfires that we had in different states like California. So, we definitely have to do the same. I don't really know how long the passports are valid. I think it's either like 2 or 4 years, I think. It's probably more strict now, but I don't know. It's also somewhat expensive, and we have weird rules, because for years Canada was an open border. So like the last time I was in Canada, I didn't have to. Well, the last like 5 times I was in Canada, I didn't have to actually have a passport. I just rolled up to the border with my driver's license, and they would just give you the same old, what are you here for? When are you gonna leave? And send you on through. Actually, sometimes they did search one of my friend's cars, oddly, once. They didn't find anything, but they like stripped the whole car down. It was ridiculous. But I think that they do that on every border. So it's whatever. Yeah, I completely understand that. I would definitely want to put a stop to climbing too if it was having a negative effect on that. Yeah, I'm hoping that everything recovers quickly here. I mean, it's such an amazing place, and especially being, that huge of an island, nation like that, it's so important. What in the world? Yeah, none of that in here. Goodbye. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. But, yeah. That was appalling. My apologies for all those people that had to see that. I don't even know what in the world he was writing, but yeah, that's not going to happen in this room. Yeah, that's probably right. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can. Hold on. There we go. Got him. All right. Now they can't post anymore, ever. Or comment on any video, ever. It's one thing to believe differently in politics, but racism and bullshit like that I will not accept on this channel. And none of you will be on this channel. So, if you are here and you're watching, take your swastikas and go somewhere else. And I truly don't care what you said either. Come in here with images like that. Ridiculous. Which is funny because pretty sure they were speaking German, and that is illegal in Germany. You can't be like, you can't even fly that flag in Germany. So don't fly it in here. I was wondering. I thought it looked weird because I don't have my glasses on. I saw kind of a blurry something. I was like, what in the world is that? Yeah, my apologies. Oh well, like I said, it happens from time to time, and that was the first time in what almost I think a year that we've even had a troll of any sort in here. I don't even know if they were trying to troll or if they just thought. I don't even know. Who knows? I don't really care what the translation was. All I know is no one's bringing that imagery into my chat and getting away with it. So, oh well. Screw them. Yeah, but yeah, I think at a certain point I'm gonna have to get some moderators in here. Probably one of you guys, honestly, because like everyone that's here right now, I feel like is trustworthy enough that would have been caught immediately. But luckily, we got it quickly. Thank you, Linda. Yeah, I don't. Everybody has different beliefs, but I don't allow anybody to be offensive and downright insulting. Like, and that imagery is exactly that. Like I said, literally, it's illegal even in Germany to fly that imagery. Like, you cannot. Like, if you do a war reenactment in Germany and you were to wear that, you would get a fine. Like screw that. Like, no. I don't allow hate, no hate speech, no racism, no ignorance. I don't deal with it, and I will not allow it on my channel. I don't care if people believe different politically, that's fine. And I don't care if people believe different spiritually, that's fine. I respect everybody's beliefs. But in my mind, that's not a belief. That's ignorance. And I apologize that any of you had to witness that. But anyway, moving forward. For sure, yeah, if it... I'm kind of trying to keep things for at least a little bit while longer so that I don't know. It's going to happen here soon. I'll probably promote a few people to moderator soon, especially if it keeps happening, because sometimes you never know. People have, like, especially with crazy stupid stuff like that, sometimes they have like multiple accounts and they'll come back just to be a troll. So if it keeps happening, yeah, for sure, I'll probably promote a few people to moderator, because yeah, that's ridiculous. All right. Well, moving forward. Man, it's almost 4 a.m. I didn't realize how late it had gotten. We really have been flying through the time. 3.5 hours isn't bad. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. I think, honestly, everybody that's here now, besides that, yeah, besides douchebag there, I think everybody here is qualified to be a mod. I've never once, I don't think anybody here has ever said anything that, obviously, occasionally I see people express, like, opinions, but never ignorance, so, that I remember. So, yeah, I mean, I would say the next time that happens, expect that a few of you will suddenly receive messages that you've been set as a moderator. So, yeah, be on the lookout. Yeah, I think almost anybody, I can't think of a single person here right now, besides, again, the dude we just blocked. Oh, I won't say it's a dude. I have no idea. I didn't translate whatever he said. I don't care. But, yeah, if I see anything like that again, I'll be promoting a few of you out there. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, I think all of you would be wonderful moderators. So, yeah, greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's probably the first time. That was the first time I think of that level. We've had a few trolls like that just won't shut up, you know. Because I've said a few things before where it's like, okay, don't go heavy on the politics, and a few people have like blasted the politics, and I shut them out for that just because it's like we're not talking about that, and don't like try to, you know, don't try to be divisive and like pit people against each other type of thing. But I think that's the first time I've seen something of that level. That was a little bit much for me. Not a little bit, a lot of it. But thankfully it was, I think the first time we've had something that terrible. But yeah. Many thanks again. Appreciate y'all being here. I know it's getting late. Hopefully it's not too late for y'all. I'll try and stay on a little bit longer here. But I do have a little bit to accomplish tomorrow, so probably not going to be able to stay on too much longer. But again, if I have the ability, I still want to get up and finish up the little bit of editing that I have left on the other, or on the new 539 episode. So I definitely don't want to, I don't want to mess that up. Yeah, that can be scary. I'm glad that none of my neighbors are like that. Yeah, that I know of. I've never seen anything like that around here. Well, not my neighbors, I should say. I can't be ignorant and say that I've never seen anything like that around here, but certainly not recently living around me. So. You missed the scam part. I had a weird. I think it was a. I don't know exactly how they were trying to. The one was just it wasn't a legit business. They were trying to convince me that I needed to download some sort of app in order to get the script for a sponsored video. They were going to pay me to do a sponsored video for their software, and it was just real sketchy. That, and they didn't remember halfway through who they were, because at first they said that they were a company that promoted, did PR. They said they were a PR company that worked with other software companies to essentially contact different social media channels and accounts to help get their name out there, and just basic advertising essentially. But then they forgot, and then they thought that they were the antivirus company, and all their phones were disconnected, their website didn't work, and the whole time they were just like, okay, well, we're sorry that it's not working. Go ahead and download our app, and that'll work. And I thought, well, there's a great way to infect my computer, is to download this app when their website isn't even supposedly working. So it just sounded shady. It had to be, because there are some fake antivirus software out there that, again, will pretend that you have viruses, and then they'll say, hey, for $100, we'll fix your computer. But your computer doesn't need to be fixed. The only virus you have is literally the antivirus software that you just installed. So I'm kind of thinking it was based on that scam. And then the other person was just claiming that they had some personal connection to me in the past, which they clearly had never met me before in their life, but they had tried several different times under several different names with the same photos and the same story to claim that they had known me for years and that I should utilize them essentially to promote my Instagram and YouTube accounts, despite the fact that they couldn't really elaborate on how they knew me. And despite all the questions that I would ask about, well, when was the last time we hung out? Oh, where was it? And it would just be very vague. Oh, I don't know, maybe 2005? Like, all right, well, I'm sure I saw a lot of people in 2005. maybe we can be a little bit more. And it's like, it's very obvious, if you really knew somebody, they wouldn't just answer with a year. They'd be like, oh, you remember we were hanging out at this place with these people at this date. That's what a normal person would say. They wouldn't just be like, oh, I don't know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. That's just not normal. And then, of course, coming from two completely different names with the same images, and then even on some of the other names, they would have slightly different spellings with multiple accounts and with also the same pictures. And so it was kind of like one of those things where it was like, okay, something's wrong here. You have no idea who I am, because you could be a lot more specific. And it was things like where they were trying to show me that, oh, I know who you are because, here's this information. It's like, oh, okay, you got that information because you happened to stumble upon, a random account of mine and just pulled the information off the account and act like, oh, well, I knew you through YouTube, but now I know everything about you and I'm going to be threatening. And it was like, I could just tell by the way that they put it, like, you don't know anything about me. You're just guessing, Yeah, some really weird. It was just a strange day. Actually, I traced, I actually traced them. The one was in Panama, actually, in Central America, because that was where that was where their domain name was registered, and their phone numbers were Panamanian, but they were disconnected too. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of them. It's just so easy to tell. It's like I knew from the moment that some of them, or actually both of them, I knew from the moment that they messaged me the first time that it was sketchy, but I just kind of allowed it to play out just to prove a point, and also to, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If somebody wants to sponsor the channel and it turns out that it just looked a little sketchy, then I'm cool with being wrong. But at the same time, it was like with the software company, I knew from the first email, I was like, well, it doesn't seem quite right. Like, because I've had contact with plenty of legit companies in the past where, we may work together or we may not work together, but I know what a legit company looks like when it contacts you and goes, hey, we'd like to have a sponsored video or to sponsor one of your episodes, and like I said, I've actually had a completely legit company that they didn't like my rates, and that's fine, and I'm not insulting them in any way, but they just decided that it wasn't the right choice at that time to for us to collaborate together on that particular project. But at the same time, they were very forward in what they were trying to do, who they were, had a working website, had a wonderful product, and yeah. And so when I saw the email and realized that it was a little bit not enough information to be probably legit, I just decided to, I might as well, it's like I'm not doing anything right now anyway, so I might as well just message him a few times and see what becomes of it. So do music next, I might try. Well, I'll see what I can do. I'll definitely try and work on the guitar here and at least do a few maybe samples or something, but I do need to get it figured out completely as far as the sound levels. I don't think that'll be real hard, but I probably need to get my headphones hooked up. I need to get a better pair of headphones so I can hook it up and actually monitor the sound, because obviously right now I'm kind of just flying blind. I'm looking at my sound levels on OBS, but it really would be better if you guys watch any other podcast or anything like that, like Joe Rogan or something like that. Obviously they're all wearing the headphones so that they can monitor their own sound so that they're not, highly distorted or whatever. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Hopefully the singing voice is as good as the talking voice, I guess. Although I would love to. Well, I don't know if I'd ever want to do radio, but maybe I would. I would love to do like XM or something. If I could do if I could ever get a deal where like on the weekends I did like an XM show, I think that'd be cool. Or Sirius or whatever it is now. I think it's the same company now. Didn't Sirius or XM buy out one or the other? I think. Yeah, the scams are just a dime a dozen anymore. It's ridiculous how many of them there are. It's like you almost have to keep a dictionary of all the different scams. It's sad because it's like some of them are creative, and it's like, man, if you just put that creativity into something else, you might be rich instead of like scraping for cash from hoping that somebody falls for a ridiculous scam. Yeah. I've always been into singing, and I've always been into music. I've been in either choir or band or some sort of private musical lessons since the time that I was probably about 5 years old. So it definitely is one of my specialties, and I've had tons of experience in it. So yeah, it would be a good move. But I think it's one of those things where it's like, as somebody who suffers pretty heavily from social anxiety and always has, it's definitely the next level of putting myself out there. And I've definitely had some negative stuff in the past. Like I said, I don't think any of my music is online anymore, but I used to have music online, and I didn't always have the best experiences, although I didn't do the best of, partially because I couldn't, but back then I didn't always have the best quality in my equipment either, so it's probably sounded pretty bad. But at the same time, it kind of did sort of inform my choices after that, and so it is some of the reason that I haven't done music yet, is just because it's just putting myself out there to a whole new degree. And I got to do it at some point, because I think I'm better probably at music than almost anything. But learn violin. I actually did learn violin. I didn't play it for very long, but I did play violin for like a year or two. It's been years and years. But it was a fun instrument. I liked it. But you can play a mild amount of keyboarded instruments like piano. I'm not great at it, but having learned so much music, I understand, and plus with guitar, I understand chord structure pretty well, so it's not like it's not like something I'm uncomfortable with, excuse me. But I know I'm decent at drums. I can play guitar, bass. I play trombone, as uncool as that is. I have numerous trombones in storage somewhere. Actually, I think it's here somewhere. I haven't seen them in a while, though. But yeah, I would love to pick up violin again. I would love to do more piano and drums, too. I need to practice more on that end, because I really love that. And it's something I haven't ever really got. And of course, I play ukulele, too. As some of you have seen the random ukulele playing on here. I'm sure there's some recordings somewhere, probably. We did have a camcorder for a long time, and I know there's some old tapes. Oh yeah, probably like a lot of my high school stuff got played. This was probably my best stuff. Like in high school, I was in everything. Like I played jazz band, regular band. I did private competitions. I did private shows with different groups that I was involved in. So yeah, I played a lot. So I'm sure, yeah, somewhere there's got to be. I don't know about the singing. I kind of trailed off the singing in a public way when it came to middle school and high school, just because that's really when socially all that kind of hit. It's like, I think as a younger kid, you're not really thinking about what other people think of you. You just do what you like. I was kind of that way and then kind of not. Like, I definitely had some of that social anxiety as a younger kid, but like when it came to the singing, I was at least a little bit more confident. But like when it came to middle school and high school is when it really hit hard, and I quit singing altogether in a public capacity. I've always done it like, on my own time, or, singing along with music that I like, or bands or whatever. But I'm definitely not bad at it though. I'd say I'm pretty good. But yeah, I think everybody has, their top talents, and then I don't know. It's everybody's just different, I think. But yeah, I mean, not everybody not everybody's a musical person, or some of us are really good at singing and not necessarily good at instruments, or vice versa. And I think it just depends on each individual person, and also their physical abilities too. I think that's a lot of it too. Some of it is physical. I think that as much as I'm really really good at singing, I think there's also some people who physically just will always have an advantage, because they have that range, or they have the ability to hit notes quicker. And it's like a lot of these really good like pop singers that can do these amazing arpeggios, that it's just like, it's not necessarily your knowledge of music, it's your muscle and your physical ability. So I think there's definitely some people out there that I could just never touch, but at the same time, I'm pretty good at, like, holding a key, so it's not like I can't sing, and I'm definitely not on the lower end of the spectrum, so there's a lot of things I can do. It's just I don't, because of, again, just it's one of those things. It's mental, because social anxiety is definitely a form of mental illness, and definitely one of those things, again, that I've suffered with for pretty much my entire life. They call you the shy kid in school, but really, at the end of the day, it really is something that you're suffering from. There's a difference between being shy and being completely and utterly unable to connect with people, or to be scared to be in larger crowds, or to talk in front. Like, now I wouldn't be probably afraid at all, to at least to talk. I can talk in front of any size group of people, and it won't bug me at all. Hey there, Amanda. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you. Glad we stayed on late enough to be able to get you in here. Apologize at the very very late stream tonight, or this morning, I guess, because really it's pretty much in the morning now. If we were to do this for another 2 hours, it'd be light outside, for me at least. So I guess we could do an all-night stream. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm not 100% committed at this point, just because I really need to get a 539 episode out here. But I really have been meaning to do either an all-night stream again, or a 24-hour stream, which I've never done a 24-hour stream, but I really want to try at least once. I know that, weirdly, that's one of the things they warn you against now. A lot of YouTubers will be like, look, don't do 24-hour streams. That's just not good for your mind. But I feel like it's not bad if you just do it once or twice, or every once in a great while. I don't ever want to make I look very tired. Yeah, well, it definitely is 4 o'clock in the morning here. I'm definitely feeling it, for sure. Mentally, I'm not tired. Physically, for sure. But also, I can keep going longer as long as I'm standing. If I were to be sitting down, whoa. What in the world? I don't know what just drove by, but it had flashing lights all over it. That was really weird. Something weird just drove by. It was like a truck with all kinds of flashing yellow lights, but it's not the trash truck because that was yesterday. And it's not the mail truck because it's still too early even. Oh, it might. You know what it is? It's Sunday newspapers. I forgot. That's got to be the Sunday newspapers. That kind of didn't really scare me, but I don't know, it's kind of one of those things. Yeah, anytime you look out and see like flashing lights, it's like, oh, what happened? But it clearly wasn't like a fire truck or anything like that. So weird though. But yeah, probably in some ways I'm like I definitely can feel it in my legs. Like I'm starting to sway just a little bit because I think I've never been officially diagnosed, but I think I have restless leg syndrome. Because even like when I'm laying down in like bed at night, like a lot of times I have these like aching shooting pains in my. It's not terrible, but it's like you have to move, like you have to move your legs, or it hurts, and so I think that's some of the reason I sway sometimes when I get tired. And you'll see like certain live streams are really bad audio because I'll sway back and forth from the mic, and so the audio sort of goes in and out and in and out. And a lot of times people think I'm like messed up or like drunk or something like that, and it's like I just have to move. That's just what's happening. And then I move from away from the mic, and of course the audio cuts out, and it sounds like I'm either slurring my words, or it sounds like like I'm having problems carrying a single volume of my voice. And it really is just that I'm moving around more. But oh yeah, for sure. I probably won't be on here for too much longer. I'd say 4 in the morning is the latest live stream we've probably done in almost a year now. Yeah, that would be nice. Unfortunately, I don't have really anybody locally that I could turn to for that anymore. Especially creators. I don't really know any local creators, although I see them from time to time, which is weird. I was randomly driving the other day, and I noticed a vlogger walking into a Kroger's, and it was her and her, either it was her husband or boyfriend or something, but I noticed them walking with the camera up. And I don't know if they were daily vloggers or what they were. I didn't recognize them. I just knew that that's what they were doing, but I at that point just chose not to randomly jump out of my car and be like, hey, what's your channel? I probably should have, honestly. That probably would have been the better decision, because honestly, I don't know any creators around here, although I couldn't get together with them anyway at this point, unfortunately. But I don't know. There might be some options. I'm still trying to figure out a few things. We'll see. But I'd at least like to do it maybe where there could be a few breaks or whatever. Yeah, that's what makes me think I kind of have it. It's not like, for me, it's not super. I mean, it's painful, but it's not super painful, like, in the sense that, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, you can't, no matter what position you're in, laying down, standing up, sitting in a chair, whatever it is, you have to occasionally, maybe every 10, 15, 20 seconds, move. Otherwise, you're going to get those shooting kind of pains. For me, it's not super painful. It's not like it's like a stabbing, but it's like enough where it's like it's almost unbearable to not move every like 10 seconds or so. And then occasionally, like after I get comfortable, sometimes it'll go away, but like sometimes it's hours. It's like you're moving every 20 seconds for like 4 hours, and then finally you fall asleep, and by the time you wake up, it's gone, and you can be in any position, but it could come back too. But that's my symptoms. I've never, like I said, been diagnosed with restless leg syndrome, but I mean, if nothing else in my life just defines restless, I would say that's definitely it. So, I mean, I don't know whether it comes in different levels or if there's different conditions that mimic it or what it is. But yeah, it's just, like I said, it's like constantly stirring. Oh wow, that's incredible, Patricia. Yeah, that's. I mean, the weird thing is I don't remember how. Oh no, I take that back. I've been suffering from that since, as far as I can remember, it was high school. I don't. Again, that was the first time I remember it. But I was in a car wreck not too long ago. Well, actually, it was on the channel. If you ever saw the car wreck where Adam and I hit a telephone pole at like 30 miles an hour and on a slippery road. So I was actually in a car wreck, but I don't think that was the reason for me. I think it was something much, much older, or I was just born with it and never realized it until high school or something. I've tried some arrangement of pillows. I've never tried it like that, though. I'll have to give it a shot and see if it works. But yeah, I don't know. I'd like to figure out something because it is one of those reasons sometimes that it's harder to sleep because it's just a constant irritant and then you can't fall asleep. So I'd be willing to try just about anything at this point. Although, like I said, it's for what it is. I assume it's fairly mild. I assume there's some people out there that have a lot worse symptoms than what I have. And like I said, usually when I finally do get to sleep, I can usually sleep the entire night. But it can come back. So it's hard to say. I guess I would have to go and see somebody to get an official diagnosis, but it's not the worst strain on my life right now, so I guess I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I'll have to try something like that. Yeah, I've never tried any specialty items like pillows or anything like that. I've, tried different arrangements of things I already have. I have a lot of pillows, so I've tried different arrangements, but I've never tried any specialty products like that. So yeah, I might have to look that up and give it a shot. Whoa, I almost spilled everywhere. That really almost shot out. But yeah, I'll probably have to do that sometime. I'll let you guys know though. If I end up getting one and it works, y'all will be the first ones I tell about it. Well, maybe beside the family. I mean, that'd be a little strange. I feel you, Patricia. Yeah, I can be the same way, especially when I get tired. I think I'm doing pretty well tonight. I've definitely had streams where I've sounded and acted worse. Sometimes I get really tired and it's just, it's like you're loopy. It's like you barely can think straight. Tonight I'm kind of physically tired, but I'm not mentally tired really at all. I never did see the newspaper person come back around. I guess there's probably a lot of drop-offs to do, so I don't know. I don't know why that. Well, it didn't scare me, but I don't know. I don't know why it threw me for a loop that much. It's probably not a big deal in the least. Yeah, definitely worth a try. I mean, I guess if you can feel better in any way, shape, or form, even just a tiny bit, I mean, you might as well. I've kind of been trying to work on that. I know I'm kind of bad about stuff like that. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like if I'm thirsty, in the middle of the night, and, there could be like a glass of water on the table 5 feet away, and I'd rather just be thirsty the entire night than get up and go 5 feet away and grab it. And it's like I've kind of tried to have to teach myself recently to just like, no, just suck it up, get out of bed, go get the water, and stop being miserable, and do what you have to do. Like, why are you just gonna sit here and suffer just so you don't have to, get up or whatever? And so, yeah, it's probably something I should try. That's when it's oddly that helps me. Which is, from what I'm told, is a bad habit. I don't know, for whatever reason, people have always told me don't eat before you go to bed, but I always sleep better if I eat right before I go to bed. But I don't. I'm sure it's not good for my weight. If I do that, I have wild weight fluctuations. Especially like in the last few months. Like, I've probably in the last few months, I've not only lost 20 pounds, but gained it. So, yeah, eating at different times really affects me big time. Like, 2 months ago, I was at the least amount that I've weighed in probably 2 years. And then, probably like 3 months ago. And then, like, 2 months ago, I was at the most I weighed in 2 years. And then now I'm pretty much almost back down. Like, I've fluctuated 40 pounds this year alone. Like, so that's really bad for me. Especially for someone as tiny as me too. Like, I don't have much weight to begin with, so it's like I feel like it affects, I don't know, maybe it doesn't. I don't really know that medically, but it feels like it affects me a lot. I do. I just end up, like, I have, like, a small table next to my bed, and then, like, I have, like, another smaller little stand that I use sometimes, like, when I'm just sitting up and watching TV or something like that before I go to bed. And I'll often, it's laziness is what it is. At the end of the night, it's laziness. I'll leave something 10 feet away and just not want to go and get it. So, but yeah, it's a very good idea. I've been trying, even if it's on my other little table, I'll move it to the one right next to my bed so that I don't even have the ability to make a choice. That's what I've been doing the last few weeks or so. I don't give myself a choice. I just immediately put it there so that I don't have the option. It's just there waiting. So, but it's just one of those things when I get in the mood, or not in the mood, but when I get tired and I'm sleeping, I have no desire to get up and do anything. It's kind of bad in a way, because it's like, even when things are important, like even like YouTube, like, there's times I've definitely, like, pulled myself out of bed to make sure that something came out on time, but then there's been equally enough times equally as many times where I've just been like, there's no way I can do this right now, and I'll let it be late, or let it be a day late or something like that, just because I feel like such trash if I pull myself out of bed early. And so it's almost feels like torture in a lot of ways. I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely something I need to improve at, though, for sure. All right, I think we're going to target 4:30 for me. And we'll see what it's like then. I don't really know. I think I'm probably going to have to call it a night, just because, again, I need to get that episode out tomorrow. I wanted to have the episode out today, and it just didn't work out. I had too much editing to finish on it, more than I thought that I did. And although I'm really proud of how it's turning out, I did want to have it out today. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah. Like I said, yeah, anytime I get into a big habit of, well, I guess any habit, whenever I eat, it's just wild fluctuations. But specifically at night, where I'll gain massive and massive amounts of weight, not weights. But yeah, so yeah, I believe it. I've definitely seen it happen. California might have been slightly worse. I think during my trip out west, I did the same thing in like 3 weeks. By the time I got to California, I think I was like 134 pounds. And then when I left San Francisco, I was 157 pounds. And then by the time I got back, I was about 140, which is so incredibly unhealthy. It is literally the worst. Well, not the worst. It's pretty bad for your health, though. I hope so, Patricia. We'll try. Night, Diane. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you staying with us for so long tonight, even though I know it's so incredibly late. So, hope to see you next time. Yeah, I'm going to be checking out here pretty soon, too, though. I feel like I've said everything. And then I'm always paranoid, especially on nights like this. I'm always assuming that someone is going to show up, like one of these people, and then try to, like, not that it matters because I could just block them, but like one of these weird scammers shows up and tries to defend themselves or something. I was kind of wondering if that would happen tonight, and it didn't. I will certainly do my best to do some music. At the very least, I'm going to try and fix the guitar and test it out, like I said, and see how it works. Especially if I can get my headphones, or at least a pair of something that I can monitor with, and then it'll be definitely easier and doable. So we'll see how it works. I can't make 100% promise, but I'll try to do at least a little bit of something. Especially because I just need to test it out anyway and make sure that I got it all soldered right. Last time I did fine and it tested out perfectly. I even eliminated one of the pickups on my guitar that I didn't really care for. So it went really well, especially, teaching myself, and because I had never really modified a guitar before, which is kind of odd considering how long I've played guitar, that I've never tried to modify my pickups. But the last time it went amazingly well. So, hey there, Shauna. Good to have you. Somebody said, oh, well, that's awesome. I didn't even know anybody had heard me sing. Or maybe it was just the voice in general. I don't know. Dinner time, yeah. It's crazy, that time difference. It's weird to think that some people around the world are just eating right now. But yeah, enjoy. That's awesome. It would be well before breakfast for me. But yeah, I'll try to do something. Sorry, I'm starting to go through the options in my head. I gotta worry about that later. But yeah, we'll try and do something here pretty soon. Pulled pork's awesome. We have a lot of good pulled pork, like barbecue and stuff around here. I sang in a stream. I don't remember ever singing in a stream. I'm trying to remember what I remember playing music. Huh. I'll have to go back and look because I remember I recorded an entire song, which probably, I don't know if I ever told anybody that. I actually recorded an entire cover on ukulele, and I think I uploaded it and then deleted it before it went live because I wasn't satisfied with it. But I actually had an entire song recorded, and it wasn't one of my songs, it was a cover. Actually a really famous ukulele cover, which it itself was a cover. It was I did the, I can't remember his name now. I think he was, yeah, it's the famous Hawaiian guy that did the Somewhere Over the Rainbow cover. But a really awesome ukulele song, but I wasn't satisfied with it, and it just didn't seem like even the right style. It was a cool song and I loved it, but at the same time it just didn't seem right. And also on a personal level, I had gained a lot of weight at that time, and so I just thought I looked absolutely ridiculous with a tiny little ukulele. Plus, with it being, the G7X is slightly wide angle when it's pulled out all the way, so it does sort of add that 10 pounds, and so it looked even more ridiculous to me, so I just was completely sketched out by it and decided to pull it. But I'm pretty sure I had it all the way uploaded. In fact, it might be, no, it's not. I did check a few weeks ago, I remember now. But it was ready to go, and then I deleted it. I also had a few minor mistakes. That I had a weird voice pop thing. Anybody that sings probably knows about voice breaks, and they can either be an amazing thing that you can utilize, or they can like completely screw up a song. And I had one voice break that didn't work, and it sounded like trash, and so I was just, I couldn't deal with it. I'm too much, especially with music, I'm too much of a perfectionist. It has to be perfect, otherwise I'm not going to release it. Or as close to perfect as possible. On a spit, like a spit grill. I don't know much about those. I know a lot about grilling. A decent amount, I should say. Not a lot. I've been getting into smokers recently. I love smoking different, like I did a smoked turkey for Thanksgiving. Actually, I did a smoked turkey a few weeks ago too. It was even better. And I've been getting into sous vide. I think I've mentioned that on here several times though. The water cooking in a vacuum sealed package, essentially. So you're not really, it's not like boiling meat. It's like heating it up with the water. So, been doing that a lot. Trying to think if there was anything else. I don't know. I experiment around with cooking all the time, though. It's like a kind of a hobby of mine that I've done some cooking stuff. Some of you might remember doing I did, I think a few cooking episodes where I did the grill. I did the smash burgers the one time, and that turned out pretty well. But I think that's pretty much, there might have been one other time I did something, but I don't remember any other time that I did cooking content on this channel or the other channel. Oh yeah, I did post the turkey photos on Instagram. I forgot about that. Yeah, it turned out amazing. I think I smoked it for about 4 hours, something like that, with some cherry wood this time. I did mesquite for Thanksgiving, and although I like mesquite flavor, I didn't think it matched well with the turkey. I felt like it would have been better with something more barbecue related. I just felt like it was good, but it just wasn't as good as it could have been. Slow cookers are another good one. If you like slow cookers, you'd love sous vide. It's a little bit more complex of a process in terms of you don't often cook something sous vide unless you also intend to like sear it afterwards in like a pan. It definitely doesn't give you that browning. So like with steaks, I'll put it in the sous vide cooker for about an hour or 2 hours, depending on the thickness of the steak, and then I'll pull it out and put it on an incredibly hot, in an incredibly hot pan and sear it for like a few minutes on each side or something like that. So, but for the results that you get, it's amazing. It's some of the most tender meat you can get besides a slow cooker. If there's only one thing in the world that can beat a slow cooker in terms of tenderness, it's sous vide. Yeah, they're a lot of fun because I mean it's just a cool process. Like I say, you can put your spices or your marinades or whatever in your bag and or put a little bit of butter in there, and then you vacuum seal it, and so all of your seasonings and your moisture and your butter and all your flavors are and moisture, I said moisture, but all that's sealed in there for like 2 hours, and then you just take it out, and anything on the outside you can kind of rinse it off, and then you sear it real quick and you get that nice caramelized outside. So especially if you have any additional sugars, I often add like a little bit of sugar, a little bit of brown sugar, and that gives you like a really nice caramelization. I love lamb. That sounds good. I did no, I didn't. I did lamb in the oven. That's right. I thought I had tried it with the sous vide, but I was gonna try it with the sous vide, but I was trying to get a smaller chunk so I could do that, and I couldn't find lamb shoulder. I could only find leg of lamb, which is incredibly expensive. I ended up getting. I probably should have gone for the expensive one, but I just wasn't quite prepared because I walked into the butcher shop and I asked them if they had lamb shoulder, and they're like, "No, we have leg of lamb." And I'm like, "Okay, well, let's see that." And they just brought it out and rung it up, and it was like $80. And I was like, I wasn't expecting to drop $80 right now, so maybe next time. But I just kind of wanted to see what you had, and so I walked out and ended up finding, I think, a $60 one somewhere else, and it was pretty good though still. But I'm sure that it would have been better. It was probably a better business, but I couldn't tell. I don't know. Butcher shops are weird around here. Like I feel like if I was in like a bigger city like New York or Chicago or something like that, it would be a little bit better selection. But even like the butcher shops around here, it's just mostly frozen. Like I was kind of hoping that they would pull out something fresh, and it was just frozen solid. So, which is kind of weird to me because it was during the time of the year. It was like early fall, I think, when I did it. Maybe I can't remember. I'll have to look on Instagram because I think I posted those too, if I remember correctly. But, uh, I mean, this is the Midwest of America. Like we have cows, we have lamb, we have goat, we have turkey, we have chicken, we have everything. And so when they pulled out a frozen solid, not fresh, at least not very fresh, leg of lamb, I was really confused because this is local. I should have been able to get something nearly, same day fresh. So, yeah, I'll have to try the shanks. I've never tried that either. Did they say if it was fresh? No, I don't remember, honestly. I think I looked at the date on it or something. I can't remember. It's been a while. I didn't get the impression that it was fresh. It certainly didn't look fresh either. It didn't look bad. It just didn't look great. It didn't look $80 worth. Although I'm sure even for lamb, that's probably not the most expensive that you could get. But it just, when I looked at it, it was like, it didn't look the greatest. Okay. I think I'm feeling it now. Yeah, it's 4:33. Even going for. Oh well, that's almost perfect. How perfect is that? It's 4:33 in the morning, and we've been live streaming now for 4.5 hours, meaning that I pretty much started exactly at midnight. So I think this is just a sign. Probably not, but it just seems like a great sign. But I think I'm gonna call it a night for here, for this stream. Excuse me. I mean, so that I can get up and actually get something done here, and get that episode out to you guys. I think it's a really incredible episode. I think it'll be something that you guys enjoy. Again, some of it is stuff that you've seen before, but I think it's definitely edited in a completely different light. Like I said, it's a perfect, I mean, near perfect side by side comparison. Like I was pretty, like, knowing that I've submitted a lot of this and shown this to a lot of you guys before. I felt like it was impressive just to see that side by side comparison, walking down the same road towards the same ruins, and to see it as a completely flooded, desolate place, to be able to the opposite of being able to walk out into the middle of this dried up lake bed and actually see these abandoned ruins, literally, that, on any given day is usually 8 to 9 feet underneath the water, and not clear water, muddy water. So it's not like you're ever gonna just drive over in a boat and see it. So I think it's gonna be something that you guys really enjoy. I so far have been very impressed with the way that it turned out, and yeah, I think it's gonna be something that a lot of people enjoy, just for the, like I said, the side by side comparison. And so and also I've added in a little bit more information. I know a lot of people from time to time, sometimes I've gone to places in the past and I haven't been super confident about giving a heck of a lot of information about the place where I am, just to sort of either protect myself or to protect the locations from further damage. And so I decided to kind of forgo that this time, and put a lot of, as much information as I could get. Well, I shouldn't say that. A really good amount of information about the history of the place and what happened there. And so I think between the voiceover and the new music and the side-by-side comparison, I think it's going to make a really interesting episode, and I hope you all like it. But should be out, I mean, it's 4 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, and I probably have an hour or two worth of editing, maybe max, to do left. So excuse me. So probably tomorrow or this afternoon sometime. Excuse me. No phone call. Well, that's good. I guess you get the. Man, I'm tired. See, but now I'm starting to mess up. But no, that's awesome. At least yeah, got that chance to tune in and not have those interruptions. I know occasionally I get I think I got interrupted several times during this stream, just watching for different messages and making sure the accounts were all okay, despite all the weird, crazy stuff that's been going on here. So that's cool. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining in. I know, again, it was a late one. I don't know how the notifications went out or if they did at all, but yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. We'll be doing another one of these real soon. And again, like I said, this afternoon sometime, the new episode will be coming out in 539. I'll, again, if you guys are on the Instagram account, I'll be updating on the Instagram account, probably with the thumbnail as well as an Instagram story. So both of those should translate over to Facebook. So if you're a Facebook person, don't worry, those notifications will be coming out there too. And then, of course, hopefully, all the notifications come out for the YouTube stuff too. So again, if you're having problems with any of the notifications on the YouTube, the only thing I can tell you at this point is to turn your notifications off and then turn them back on again, and then select obviously as usual the all notifications. That's going to be your most reliable, if it's reliable at all. Unfortunately, sometimes it is, sometimes it's not, but it's at the very least much more reliable than turning on some notifications, which I don't even know what that means anymore on YouTube. So make sure you got the notifications on if that's your thing. And otherwise, if you're, again, on one of the other social media accounts, those messages should propagate through to everything, including Twitter too. Which also, before I run, I will say I probably will be starting another Twitter really soon. I've used that Twitter account for other stuff in the past, and I think it has kind of done me a disservice, in the same way that the YouTube algorithm can kind of be a little bit difficult when your Twitter account changes in subject matter over many, many years, whether it's rock and roll photography or travel or whatever it might be. It sometimes has some negative effects too. So, but for the foreseeable future, I will use that account, and I'll be letting you all know when the new account will come out. So, yeah. I'm definitely staying 6 feet away from everybody at this point. Yeah. I have been out a few times with a mask and gloves to very empty places to pick up a few necessities here and there. But for the most part, I'm home and I'm alone. And I've been pretty good about, even if I do go out to get necessities, and then for the next 2 weeks after that, I'll stay in. So, I've been doing pretty good at just being away from nearly everybody for the last month. So, I'm gonna keep trying to do that for as long as possible, until I see some sort of change that makes me feel more comfortable to do something different. And I'm sure that on my level of things, that's going to be way after, the rest of the world probably starts moving. I tend to try to stick on the safe side, especially with stuff like that. So for sure, I'll be staying safe and staying home. So, it's either at home watching TV or in the command center editing. That's pretty much it. So, I appreciate it, though. I appreciate the concern. And as always, like I've said, to all of you too, make sure you stay safe, stay well, stay home. And, together we can all be the solution for this craziness that's going on in the world right now. And hopefully we can get through it. So, appreciate you all being here once again. I think we're going to really call it a night now. And I will see you in the next one. And I will see all of you hopefully on YouTube here in just a matter of hours, I guess. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great night or a great day wherever you might be in the world. And catch you in the next one.